Chapter 728. Just as Pei Ziyun was in shock, Ban Higashiyuenzi also heard the loud sound. At the same time, a jade pendant on Ban Higashiyuenzi's neck suddenly emitted a warm current. She was shocked and said to Pei Ziyun, "Yamada-kun, I'm afraid this isn't an earthquake. Something unexpected has happened." Pei Ziyun was expressionless. He had also heard the sounds of killing around him, but he wasn't concerned about that. He was concerned about Ban Higashiyuenzi's jade pendant. Pei Ziyun carefully felt this sensation and asked, "If that's the case, shall we go out and see what's happening?" Pei Ziyun and Ban Higashiyuenzi's living room was on the second floor. They went to the balcony and looked out the window. They saw a dozen people in kimonos barging into the courtyard. "That's impossible. Where are the guards?" Ban Higashiyuenzi's eyes widened. The head maid, who had been silent all this while, noticed the intruders and was shocked. She took a step forward and shouted. Ban Higashi Dojo was originally a fortress. Other than the service staff, cleaners, and medical staff, there was also a specialized security system. There were cameras and scanners. Even if a wild chicken entered, the security system would be alerted. Furthermore, the door could only be opened by swiping an identity card. It could be said that the security system was very orderly and strict. How did these people barge in? Pei Ziyun looked at them, and a look of contemplation flashed past his eyes. The intruders shouted, "Don't move. If anyone moves, I'll take your life." Their voice was as sharp as a knife. Faced with such a situation, some people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Others shouted for the guards and even wanted to pick up their weapons. Faced with resistance, the intruders pulled out their swords. With a flash of light, they slashed down. In the third second, the first person was killed. In the 6th second, the second person's heart was stabbed and twisted. In the 11th second, the third person's neck was cut in half. This person spun half a circle and fell down. The killer's kimono was stained with scarlet blood, and there was even blood rolling down half of his face. He glanced around and met the eyes of the people on the second floor. "Up there, kill them! Guards, guards!" The serving maid screamed. Pei Ziyun's gaze swept across Ban Higashijenko, who was still in shock. She took a step back and opened her mouth wide. Before Pei Ziyun could speak, the housekeeper had already rushed forward and shouted, "Young miss, this is bad. Takeda Saikaro has rebelled." The head maid couldn't believe it and shrieked, "How is this possible? Takeda Saikaro is a retainer of the Banto clan. Ban Tashiko knew Takeda Saikaro. His entire family was a retainer of the Banto Financial Group, and Takeda Saikaro's father, Takeda Toshiaki, had died trying to save the current head of the Banto Financial Group, Ban Kuchi. In the Banto Consortium, the Takeda family was treated well and treated Takeda Saikaro as a true confidant. The security of the Banto headquarters was managed by him. If this person rebelled, he could indeed open all the defenses and let outsiders break in. Even so, when they heard that Takeda Saikaro had rebelled, many people, including the head maid, could not believe it. This was because she did not know what reason Takeda Saikaro had to rebel against the Sakamoto family. Even though she had received a warning, at this moment, the head maid still could not believe what was happening. The housekeeper looked at the disbelief on the head maid's face and shouted, "Nei, it's true. They're about to kill us. Hurry and take the young miss to hide. Hide quickly." But just as the housekeeper finished speaking, the sounds of killing drew nearer. A man dressed in black and white samurai attire, wielding a long sword, rushed in. Behind him, someone rushed forward and shouted, "Takeda, what happened to you?" As for the man with the saber, his expression did not change. He waved his long saber, and with a flash of saber light, he pounced forward. One person was hit by the saber and rolled down the stairs, letting out a miserable scream. Another person's arm was cut off. He clutched his arm and rolled on the ground, crying. This samurai was Takeda Saikaro. Saikaro! The head maid screamed in disbelief as she sobbed. Takeda Saikiro was wearing a samurai attire, wielding a long sword. His face was cold and his eyes were faintly red. If one looked closely, one could see a faint black gas in his pupils. Hearing the shouts, Takeda Saikiro was slightly startled. Then, several people rushed forward and surrounded him. The Sakamoto family's reinforcements had arrived in time. "Traitor, kill him!" someone shouted. It seemed that there were not many people who had rebelled. Following this shout, many people raised their sabers and surrounded Takeda Saikiro. However, Takeda Saikiro did not feel any fear at all as he savagely laughed and roared, "Ha, good!" Takeda Saikiro turned around and slashed out with his blade. The person behind him, who was preparing to slash out with his blade, did not have the time to resist. With a "pu" sound, the blade fell and blood splattered in the air. Takeda Saikiro seemed to enjoy this process. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. He looked very excited. Then, he took a step back and dodged a sneak attack. He backhandedly stabbed out and blocked another person's sword. "Kill!" Takeda Saikiro shouted out and pushed with all his might. The person in front of him was pushed down by the immense force and fell to the ground. Takeda Saikiro rushed forward and used his foot to stomp on the person. A kacha sound could be heard and a scream could be heard. The person's leg was broken. "Today is the day to restore order." Takeda Saikiro waved his sword repeatedly, becoming one with it. In a short period of time, 4 or 5 people had been killed. This is a samurai who has reached the level of being one with the sword, and has possessed a body? Pei Ziyun frowned as he looked at the bloodshot eyes of Takeda Saikiro, and mumbled to himself. Just as Pei Ziyun was about to decide whether or not to participate in the internal strife of the Sakamoto family, the sounds of killing could be heard from the staircase. The man in kimono who had barged in earlier had rushed forward. "Kill!" Takeda Saikiro had just killed a man when he saw his comrades rushing over to help him. He then pointed at Pei Ziyun and said, "I've heard it from the monitor. Although this man is young, he's terrifying. Kill him quickly." It turned out that Takeda Saikiro's security department was supposed to be open to outsiders. However, it was unknown when he had planted a spy within the department. He had overheard what Pei Ziyun had said to Bandong Yuanko about the strategy used by the shogunate. As soon as he finished speaking, several samurai rushed towards Pei Ziyun. "Their target is me?" Pei Ziyun frowned. If his strategy had been implemented 100 years earlier, it would have been enough to change the entire situation. Now that the situation had changed, why were they chasing after him? Although he did not understand what was going on, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he faced the incoming samurai. In the next moment, his wooden sword flashed and collided with a long sword. Sparks flew, but the black wooden sword did not break. He then leapt into the air. How fast was his movement! He even used shadow shift. The next moment, the samurai didn't even have time to react. With a "pu" sound, his neck was sliced open. He screamed as blood bubbled out of his mouth. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun dashed into the crowd of onlookers. These people were all trained samurai. When they saw Pei Ziyun, their scalps went numb. Their reactions were extremely fast, and 2 long swords flew towards Pei Ziyun. But this time, Pei Ziyun lowered his body and waved his wooden sword. 2 "pu" sounds could be heard, followed by cries of pain and blood. In a moment of life and death, Pei Ziyun leapt down from the stairs and landed in midair. His movements and the slash of his sword were extremely simple. All he did was stab from afar and slash from the side. Blood splattered everywhere like a fountain. In this short period of time, he had killed 7 people. It wasn't that Pei Ziyun's martial arts skills had improved. It was just that the originally weak wooden sword was now like a real sword. Die. Takeda Saikiro's eyes widened as he leapt down towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Zi-yun dodged to the side and dodged Takeda Saikairo's attack. With a twist of his body, he landed a kick on Takeda Saikairo's abdomen. With a dull thud, Takeda Saikairo's entire body fell to the ground. His entire body twitched as he spat out blood. It was obvious that his internal organs had been ruptured. Pei Zi-yun turned around. His face was stained with blood, which made his expressionless face look even more ferocious. Everyone was stunned. Everything had happened so suddenly and so suddenly. The entire hall was eerily silent. Only the sound of blood dripping could be heard, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Saikairo, Saikairo. The serving maid saw this scene and rushed forward. What happened to you? Why did you do such a thing? We have an engagement. We are going to get married tomorrow. Why? Hearing the serving maid's shrill voice, Takeda Saikairo, who was still twitching on the ground, woke up. He paused for a second before he realized what had happened. He then smiled bitterly at Bandong Yuko. Miss, I'm sorry. As he said this, he pulled out a dagger from within his robes. Pei Zi-yun's eyes flickered as he raised his wooden blade. He then heard a pew sound as the dagger pierced into Takeda Saikairo's chest. Eiko's face was drained of all color as her body trembled. Her hands clutched tightly to her clothes as she looked at Takeda Saikairo. Her eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness as she asked once again, "Why?" Takeda Saikairo laughed out loud. "Haha, I'm a righteous man. Even if I die 9 times, I will not regret it. You have killed me, but I already have a sacrifice." As soon as these words were spoken, Takeda Saikairo's body started to emit a white mist. His entire body seemed to wither as the mist started to spread. As the mist covered Takeda Saikairo's face, his expression turned gentle as he bowed his head to Eiko. "Eiko, I'm sorry. Please forget me. I'm just a selfish man who only cares about his ideals." By the time he finished speaking, his entire head had withered away, turning into a skeleton. Seeing this, Pei Zi-yun's expression changed. He felt that something was amiss and wanted to take a step forward. However, he felt a strange force binding him, preventing him from moving. What a joke! Following that, there was a cracking sound as the invisible restraints on his limbs dissipated. The next moment, Eiko's cries could be heard. Pei Zi-yun took a step forward and looked out the window. He saw that there was a similar fog below. Amidst the fog, the cherry trees in the distance started to change. It was as if they had returned to April. From afar, the entire place was pink. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the petals to fall. It was like a rain of cherry blossoms. Turning around, Bandong Yuko stared off into the distance and sighed. Her voice was calm and lonely. Chapter 729. Our Emperor's golden age will last for thousands of generations. Gravel turns to stone, moss grows everywhere. Cherry Rain glanced over and saw an army rushing over. This army didn't seem to be wearing uniform clothes, and their weapons were scattered. Some were holding rifles, some were holding sabers. Whether it was their clothes or weapons, they were all very old. However, the person leading them looked a bit familiar. They looked pathetic, but they sang in unison. Their footsteps were firm. As they sang, all the lights went out. Pei Zi-yun noticed that all the electronic devices had stopped working. Damn it! It's a traitor! When the butler saw this scene from the window, he gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. He then turned to Pei Zi-yun and said, "Yamada-kun, our dojo is built on defense. Even if there is a traitor, we will be able to suppress them with our own security. But now, many people have died. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on much longer. We will defend the fort with our lives. Take the young mistress and hide in the secret passage. Please protect the young mistress, I beg of you." The butler bowed deeply to Pei Zi-yun. "Also, Yamada-kun, don't worry. As long as you protect the young mistress, even if the fort is breached, as long as the young mistress is fine, the dojo will not fall. You just have to hold on until tomorrow morning." As the butler spoke, it was obvious that he was the trusted aide of the Sakato family. He knew the secret, otherwise he would not have said such words. Of course, I beg of you. The butler bowed deeply to Pei Ziyun once again. Hearing the butler say such words, Ban Dong Yuanzi's eyes reddened as tears flowed down her cheeks. She said softly, Yamamuro, please leave with us. This butler was Yamamuro Katsuaki. He was also the retainer of the Sakato family. For the past 10 years, he had been the butler of Ban Dong Yuanzi, taking care of her daily life. It could be said that Yamamuro Katsuaki had watched Ban Dong Yuanzi grow up. Hence, not only did Ban Dong Yuanzi respect him, he treated her like his own daughter. Ban Dong Yuanzi looked at Yamamuro Katsuaki's determined face and the chaos outside. She could not bear to leave and wanted to escape with him. However, when Yamamuro Katsuaki heard her words, he started tearing up. He wiped his tears and said in a hoarse voice, Young mistress, I, Yamamuro Katsuaki, am useless. I have let you down. The Sakato family has also let you down. However, you are the young master of the Banto clan and our hope. Please follow Yamada-kun. As long as young master is fine, the Banto family will be fine. Eiko Hirachi, follow Mississippi, leave the rest to us. With that, Yamaguchi Katsumai shouted to the surroundings, Is there anyone from the Sakato family still alive? Hi, we're here. Hearing Yamaguchi Katsumai's words, more than a dozen people gathered around him. Among these people were samurai and maids. Half of them were middle-aged and elderly like Yamaguchi Katsumai. Almost all of them were injured and wielding swords. A man in his 50s shouted, Keisuke, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming up? Nagata, Kudo. However, as the shouts rang out, more and more people began to tremble. Someone's body trembled when he heard the shouts. He glanced at them in shame, then turned around and fled. Bastard! The people who came up cursed. Stop cursing. To many people in the modern world, this is just a job. Yamaguchi Katsumai laughed bitterly. Yamada-kun, I'm counting on you. Yamada-kun, do you have a map of our dojo? And do we have any guns? Seeing this, Pei Ziyun did not despise them. Instead, he sighed. For more than a dozen people to stand up for them, it was no wonder they were from a large clan. These people were the true foundation of a clan's rise to power. They did not give up, and were willing to die for the clan. With these people, no matter how weak a clan was, they had the chance to rise again. Of course, Pei Ziyun paid more attention to weapons. If they had guns and ammunition, it would be too easy to kill the people below. Japan has strict gun control, and the Sakato dojo is being watched very closely. Last month, there was a raid. There are no guns. Even if there were a few, with the traitor Takeda Saikairo around, they wouldn't be able to keep them. We have a map and all the secret passages. Yamaguchi Katsumai took out the map and bowed deeply. I'm counting on you. Let's go. Pei Ziyun took the map and spoke immediately. Ban Higashi Yuanzi looked at the group of elderly people behind her and held back her tears. Without hesitation, she left with Eiko on the plain. After walking along the corridor for a while, they arrived at a storeroom. This storeroom looked very ordinary. Pei Ziyun looked around and realized that there was an old wardrobe, an old chair, and a few other old things that were scattered around neatly. Eiko wiped her tears and entered the storeroom. Without hesitation, she walked to the old wardrobe and opened it up. She fiddled with it a few times. The wardrobe moved to the left, revealing the floor. Eiko opened a large tile on the floor, revealing a secret passage. Miss Yamada-kun, quick! Eiko gestured for them to enter. At this time, Pei Ziyun could hear the sounds of killing coming from afar. Hence, Pei Ziyun did not waste any time and immediately ran into the secret passage with Ban Tashiko. After entering the secret passage, Eiko quickly fiddled with the old wardrobe in the room. She heard a ka-ka sound, and the old wardrobe in the room above was restored to its original state. At this time, Eiko let out a sigh of relief and led Pei Zi-yun and Ban Tashiko deeper into the secret passage, arriving at a room. Now that we're here, there's water, medicine, and food. 10 people can live for a month. If there are no accidents, they should not be able to find this place. Eiko forced a smile. Miss, the air is still a little stuffy, I'll open the vent. There was silence in the room. Pei Zi-yun thought for a while and asked Ban Tashiko, Ban Tashiko, I have some questions, can I ask you? Yamada-kun, please speak. The matter that Ban Tashiko asked me to solve was not this. Now that there's been a change, can I ask what the original matter was? Ban Tashiko remained silent throughout. Hearing Pei Zi-yun's question, her voice trembled slightly. Yamada-kun, this matter and this matter can be considered the same thing. Oh, what's going on? Pei Zi-yun was puzzled. Tomorrow morning I'll be 16. Ban Tashiko smiled bitterly. And today is actually my secret birthday. Birthday, is it divided into secret and public? As Pei Zi-yun said this, he suddenly remembered that when he came over, he saw a very small cake. He then remembered that the information stated that today's birthday was not on this day. He was puzzled and continued to ask, even if that's the case, why didn't your family come for your birthday? It was understandable that outsiders did not know, but your family should know, right? Ban Tashiko was a member of the Ban Tashiko family, and was also the granddaughter of the current head of the Ban Tashiko family. Her status was different. No matter how much she valued men over women, her family would definitely come for her birthday. But today, from what Pei Zi-yun saw, other than him, no one else came for her birthday. Ban Tashiko did not speak. She lowered her head for a long time. Of course there's a reason for this. Even in the Ban Tashiko family, my real birthday is a secret. Only the head of the family and a few others know about it. I didn't expect it to be leaked. Yamada-kun, actually, as long as I celebrate my birthday, there won't be a problem. What you mean is, once you celebrate your birthday, the problem will be solved. Yes, after my birthday, I'll be the head of the Ban Tashiko family. Everything will be different. Ban Tashiko did not look happy at all. She only spoke softly. If that's the case, I have to go back. Pei Zi-yun heard this and looked at Ban Tashiko for a long time. He nodded and said, The art of war says that a prolonged defense will lead to a loss. Don't tell me that you think you can hide until the sun rises? Furthermore, in your Ban Tashiko family, only the head of the family and a few others know that the secret has been leaked. If that's the case, I'm afraid there's at least one traitor in your family. Maybe even more. Under such circumstances, it's highly likely that the enemy will know about this secret tunnel, right? Pei Zi-yun laughed and asked. If I continue to hide like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to last until the sun rises. Pei Zi-yun held onto his wooden blade and looked at the map. The map was not very complicated. After a few glances, he threw it away and walked out of the secret tunnel. There's only one way, and that's to stop them. That's the only way to buy more time. At this moment there were sounds of kill, die, damn it, and ah. My arm. No, you can't kill me. These sounds could be heard even in the secret tunnel. The reason why these sounds could be heard was because of the material that the Ban Tashiko family used when they built this secret tunnel. This material was a very special kind of sound-absorbing brick. Using this kind of material to build a secret tunnel, the people inside the tunnel could hear the sounds outside, but the people outside could not hear the people inside the tunnel. This was specially designed by the Ban Tashiko family as a precaution. Hearing the sounds of fighting, Pei Zi-yun knew that the situation outside was urgent. Without hesitation, he pulled out his blade and walked out of the secret tunnel. Yamada-kun, please wait. Ban Tashiko called out to Pei Zi-yun. She gathered her courage and walked over. She was slightly shy, and when Pei Zi-yun was not prepared, she leaned towards him and kissed him. Taking a step back, Ban Tashiko mumbled, Yamada-kun, please call me Tashiko. I heard that your name is Shinichi. Can I call you Shinichi? Of course you can. Pei Zi-yun was confused. He knew that the Japanese had different ways of addressing each other. After thinking for a while, he changed the way he addressed her. Tashiko. Hi, Shinichi. I'm actually very envious of you. I like your books too. I can't go out. Your books have brought me lasting comfort. As she said this, Ban Tashiko suddenly choked, as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't. In the end, she gave a deep bow. Yamada-kun, I wish you a long and prosperous martial arts career. Pei Zi-yun was slightly taken aback by this kiss and these strange words. He thought that Ban Dong Yuanzi was very grateful to him for saving her. Hence, he smiled and took big strides forward. When he reached a corner, he thought for a moment before opening the secret passage and exiting the stairs. Behind him, Ban Tashiko did not move for a long time. Eiko Tashiko looked at all this with her red eyes and said softly, Miss, didn't you always want to see the author of Who is the Second Man and Ghost Walker in the Night? You want to have a deep conversation with him and have a meal together. Why don't you keep him here? You don't have much time left. She choked as she said this. Hey, he's a samurai. Ban Tashiko is a member of the Wu family. I, Tashiko, am also a member of the Wu family. If a man wants to go to war, how can I stop him? To be able to see him, and to have the cherry blossoms bloom, I'm already satisfied. God has been kind to me. Ban Tashiko turned around and bowed to Eiko Tashiko. Tashiko, I've implicated you. If it weren't for me, Saikiro wouldn't have died. Miss. Eiko Tashiko covered her face as tears flowed between her fingers. Chapter 730. Outside the secret passage, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Pei Zi-yun exited the secret passage. The moment he stepped out, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It enlarged rapidly and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: protect Haratori Heim's incarnation, Ban Higashi Genko, until the sun sets tomorrow. Successfully awaken, incomplete. It's been a long time. As my power grows, the number of missions has decreased. This trend is very obvious. From the initial world to the current world, the number of missions has decreased significantly. If the purpose of Ishidoching's wife and daughter mission was to integrate me into this era, then the mission now is obviously an important fate point. Looks like I've interfered with an important node in this world. After experiencing a few worlds, Pei Zi-yun gradually understood some of the rules of the system's missions, which was why he had this very specific guess. When Pei Zi-yun first entered this world, he saw in the memories of the possessed Yamada Shinichi that he was killed by a supernatural force. With the help of the Makawa Shrine, he had asked Sakako to investigate the matter. However, Sakako told him that she did not find any relevant information. Therefore, Pei Zi-yun speculated that there must be a deeper problem in Yamada Shinji's death. Now that he looked at the system mission, Pei Zi-yun thought to himself, so that's how it is. Ban Higashi Genko is the incarnation of Haratori Heim? If that's the case, I kind of understand why the Tabaka faction wanted to kill her. And why the head of the Banto family, Ban Kuchi, did not make his own son the head of the family, but took a huge risk to make Ban Higashi Genko the head of the family. But if that's the case, the risk of making Ban Higashi Genko the head of the family is less than I thought. In a normal organization, the shares of the Banto family would not exceed 15%. Naturally, there would be a huge risk if they insisted on doing things their own way. But when it came to the gods of the family, it often had Shinto and political implications. The shares of the Banto organization must be in the hands of the core members. More than half of these members must have a close relationship with Haratori Heim and the Hokkaido group. Ban Higashi Genko definitely can't be the head of the family, but Haratori Heim's incarnation is very likely to be the head of the family. Pei Zi-yun could not help but nod. Thinking of this, his eyes became sharper. But is it just protection? That's underestimating me. Those who are my enemies must die. Pei Ziyun's expression turned cold. As soon as he exited the secret passageway, he saw an old man lying on the floor. He was one of the men who had fought alongside the butler, and was lying on the floor. Pei Ziyun walked up to take a look, and realized that the old man had not been injured by a knife, but by a gun. The bullet wound was still bleeding, turning the ground nearby into a small pool of blood. This person was groaning incessantly. Even though he was still alive, he had suffered heavy injuries and no longer had the ability to fight. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun raised his guard. He wasn't afraid of close combat. With his level of cultivation, no matter how many people there were, he was confident that he could kill them all. But if the opponent was using a spear, then Pei Ziyun could not afford to be careless. Even with his wooden blade, a spear's speed was too fast, and its power was too great. Just a single hit from a spear would result in a fatal injury. Even with Pei Ziyun's current body, he could only take a few hits from a spear. Furthermore, the spear couldn't hit any vital parts of his body, or else he would die. This body was only 12 years old, but it was alright. Based on what Pei Ziyun had seen from the window, the enemy's gun was a primitive rifle. Every time a shot was fired, a bullet was fired, and it was troublesome to operate. Even so, gunpowder weapons were not something that could be easily blocked by flesh and blood. To be honest, Pei Ziyun did not expect that the Banto clan's rebellion would be similar to the Rimi Dojo's barrier, and that his opponent would be the Tabaku army. Pei Ziyun took a step over the heavily injured body and quickly passed through the corridor. This was because Pei Ziyun knew that the most important thing now was to defeat the enemy, and not to save them. Even if Pei Ziyun wanted to save them, he didn't have the necessary medicine. In the corridor, the lights were extinguished, and there was no longer any light. Only the starlight from the window shone through. All modern technology can't be used anymore? Pei Ziyun walked silently, not making a single sound. The staircase was eerily quiet. When he reached a certain place, there was a pause sound. A lighter was lit and a candle was lit. The candle was lit, and it emitted a faint green glow. Not only was it not bright, it was rather eerie. Suddenly, there was a sound from the staircase, followed by two pause sounds. Bullets passed through, and two silhouettes of the Tabaku army appeared. But the bullets were empty. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes green, as if they were scanning the area. Pooh! Under the railing, Pei Ziyun flipped over and slashed down. The wooden blade tore through the air, and the neck did not resist at all. Sticky black blood splattered everywhere, and the two heads fell to the ground, rolling around. Their mouths were still open, but a white flame ignited and burned them to ashes. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun rushed into the hall. There were only two people in the hall, fighting with the enemy. One of them was the housekeeper, Yamaguchi Katsumai. Yamaguchi Katsumai looked extremely pitiful. His left arm had been stabbed, and black blood was oozing out. What was more serious was that his abdomen had been stabbed, and his intestines were almost visible. Even with such a serious injury, Yamaguchi Katsumai did not give up. The other was a middle-aged man, whose left leg was crippled. There were several large wounds on his face, and his clothes were soaked in blood. Fight for the emperor. There was only one person opposite them, and he looked like an officer. Perhaps it was because the two of them were samurai, but he did not give the order to shoot. Instead, he raised his katana high. Gentlemen, the person who killed you is Kazuki Kusano of the Swift Charge. As he said this, his long blade fell. Am I going to die? Yamaguchi Katsumai was thinking, when he suddenly heard a whistling sound. Pei Ziyun pounced like a leopard, and the few soldiers behind him seemed to be veterans, as they turned around and fired. Pa! A few bullets hit, but they all missed. Pei Ziyun crouched down and dodged, and met them head-on. Straightening his waist, his wooden blade flashed. Pooh! Pei Ziyun's movements were too fast. One of them crouched down and the other slashed down. A head flew out, brushing past the two of them. Without waiting for them to react, Pei Ziyun turned around and slashed down with his wooden blade. The two of them were immediately chopped in half at the waist. Pei Ziyun did not dare to stop. He crouched down and fired another 2 shots, even at the expense of injuring his teammate. However, once the bullets were fired, it would take a lot of time to use a fire stick and a primitive rifle in close combat. After the two of them fired, they stabbed forward with their bayonet. This was the specialty of the Japanese Tabaku army. However, Pei Ziyun did not care about this at all. Looking at the situation in front of him, he did not hesitate and rushed forward. With a wave of his wooden blade, the two of them fell apart. Then, the wooden blade flashed with a faint white light, and he slashed at the officer furthest inside. Kusano Kazuki's reaction to danger was even faster than his nerves, and he blocked the attack with a backhand. Unfortunately, to Pei Ziyun, this kind of martial arts was no different from that of a soldier. With a block and a thrust, Kusano Kazuki felt as if he was struck by lightning. His chest was pierced through, and thick black blood gushed out. The man still wanted to resist, but the wound burned with a poof sound, and he let out a violent scream. Pei Ziyun did not even look at him. Without delay, he rushed down the stairs. On the first floor, there were 3 people searching the rooms one by one, trying to find traces of Ban Higashi Genko. There were also 2 people in the corridor with rifles on guard. Not far away, there were a few corpses lying on the ground, dripping with blood. They were the servants who had escaped into the rooms to hide, but they had been caught and killed one by one. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun did not rush out. Instead, he crouched down and hid in the stairs. He grabbed the broken pieces of wood on the ground and threw them up to the first floor. Bang! The 2 people on the first floor who were on guard couldn't help but look at where the broken pieces of wood fell. At that moment, Pei Ziyun rushed out and stabbed the wooden blade in his hand. With a loud sound, the wooden blade pierced through the abdomen of one of the people. This person was extremely brave. Instead of retreating, he advanced and reached out to hug Pei Ziyun. Ridiculous! However, he had only taken half a step forward when he burst into flames. At that moment, Pei Ziyun took the opportunity to pull out the wooden blade from the corpse and pounced on the other person. That person saw Pei Ziyun rushing towards him. Without hesitation, he loaded his rifle and fired at Pei Ziyun. However, Pei Ziyun's speed was too fast. Without waiting for the person to fire, Pei Ziyun had already slashed out with his blade, deflecting the rifle in his hand. With a "pa" sound, the bullet hit the wall. Following that, Pei Ziyun kicked the person down and stabbed the wooden blade into his heart. Instantly, the person screamed in pain as black blood flowed out. Pei Ziyun did not wait for the enemies on the first floor to react and quickly rushed to another room. In the open space outside the dojo, Kitagawa Toru was also armed to the teeth. Hearing the screams from inside, it was quiet again. His face was cold and he was silent for a while. Then, he ordered the people behind him, "Go, 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams, go." "Yes." An officer responded and waved his hand. More than 30 soldiers rushed into the dojo, and immediately, the sounds of killing could be heard. However, what shocked Kitagawa Toru was that after a while, he heard the screams again and again. Then, the sounds disappeared, even faster than before. Impossible, Yamada Shinichi is only 12 years old. No matter how strong his martial arts is, and even if he has spells that can kill these people, how can he have so much physical strength? Kitagawa Toru broke out in cold sweat. This was already more than half of the people here. According to the intelligence, there were only 20 guards in the dojo. With Takeda Saikairo's cooperation with more than 10 people, most of them should be dead. Even if there would not be many left. And now, more than 60 people had rushed in and were all killed in such a short period of time. This was unbelievable. Even the rifles were useless? Yamada Shinichi, you are indeed a warrior of the Managawa Shrine. I made a mistake. I should not have entered the dojo to fight. There are more than 100 rooms in the dojo, with a series of stairs and secret passageways. This is what a battle is like. But I can't not fight. I can't let the sunlight appear and awaken Haratori Haim. Thinking of this, Kitagawa Toru's face contorted. He did not believe that Yamada Shinichi would still have such terrifying strength after such a huge depletion. He drew his blade. Gentlemen, the fate of the Empire lies in this battle. Kill Yamada Shinichi and Sakato Genko. Let Haratori Haim sink into the yellow springs of the Tianjin deity. Chapter 731. Banto Honkane. Large number of soldiers rushed in, and the hall was silent. There were many corpses stacked on top of each other. They were all from the Sakato family. From afar, one could hear the moans of the wounded who could not escape. The floor was covered with black blood stains, bullet shells, bullet holes, and ashes. This is the last trace left behind in this world by those who brought down the curtain. Kitagawa Tatsuya also closed his eyes. As a samurai, he could sense the source of the ashes and how terrifying they were. This kind of curse technique cuts off all hope. They can never be resurrected, even now. Yamada Shinji must die. Kitaka Tatsuya thought to himself and ordered his subordinates, kill everyone in the dojo. All teams maintain a visible distance from each other. If there's an attack, support each other. As a modern person, Kitaka Tatsuya didn't want to kill innocent people. This was because the present was different from the past. Many of the service staff weren't retainers of the Sakato family. They were just ordinary employees working for their salaries. Therefore, even when they attacked the Sakato main hall, the order was that only those who resisted would be killed. But now they had lost half of their people, and they were furious. However, this order wasn't just out of anger. It was because the traitors couldn't be considered living people after all. After killing everyone in the dojo, the remaining lives were exposed to their senses. Whether it was killing Yamada Shinichi or sinking Haratori Haim into the Yellow Springs, both were relatively easy. Also, we can't let people use cannons. The Banto main hall was actually built according to a fortress, and its defense was very strong. If there was no internal strife that would result in a great loss of strength, they would have to pay a huge price to attack. However, Takashi Kitagaki also knew that the dojo had a trump card: the cannons. The cannon, which was preserved under the guise of being a cultural relic, was very primitive and required many hands to operate. However, its power was still terrifying. If it could be used, the Revolutionary Army would not have been able to reach the Banto headquarters so easily. Because the rebellion was too sudden, the cannon had been destroyed at the first moment. However, Takashi Kitaka could not be sure that there was only one cannon in the Sakato headquarters. Takeda Saikairo's status was not considered high, so it was very possible that he did not know anything else. That was why Kitaka Tatsuya had sent out teams to search for Sakato Genko and to check if there were any other weapons in the Sakato main dojo. Originally, he thought it was only a matter of time, but he didn't expect that Nakata Shinichi of the Sakaguchi headquarters was so terrifying that he killed so many people alone. I thought that killing Yamada Shinji in this domain would increase our strength, but I didn't want to make a mistake. If that's the case, then let me bear the blood of the innocent. Takashi Kitagawa thought about it too. His face darkened as he looked around. He saw that the soldiers had already rushed in and were about to rush up the corridor and stairs. Just then, a few barrels fell to the ground on the second floor. In an instant, the liquid poured down like raindrops, enveloping Tatsuya Kitaka and the others. Before the Tabaku could understand, Takashi Kitaka smelled a familiar, pungent smell. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Oh no, it's gasoline! Dodge!" Tatsuya Kitaka shouted as he leaped and rolled to the corner. But in the next moment, a torch was thrown down. With a loud boom, the hall was engulfed in flames in less than 2 breaths. Not only was gasoline the most flammable and explosive, but once it was ignited, the temperature would reach 1,000 degrees in a very short period of time. Under such circumstances, the 20 to 30 people in the hall were immediately ignited and turned into flaming people. Miserable screams came from their mouth. These people screamed as they rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, the gasoline that had been poured onto the ground did not extinguish the flames on their bodies. Instead, the flames on their bodies grew bigger and bigger. The scariest thing was that as the flames burned, some of the soldiers finally revealed their true nature. Even though they were being burned, they continued to roll on the ground instead of dying as quickly as ordinary people. Tatsuya Kitaka, who had dodged the attack in the corner, was shocked when he saw this scene. "Damn it, you used such a despicable method." At this moment, Pei Ziyun jumped down from the second floor. At the door, a soldier who had only been splashed by the flames raised his gun and took aim. Even though the hall was filled with the screams of his comrades, his hands did not tremble in the slightest. This is a soldier who has been through hundreds of battles. Just based on this point, one could tell that this was a pure soldier. Once in battle, he could disregard life and death with a single command. Even if his comrades were to fall in front of him, he would not hesitate or retreat. But the sound of a gunshot rang out. The bullet flew out. The target was the head. As long as it hit, even if Pei Ziyun was a warrior, he would still die. But at this moment, Pei Ziyun tilted his head slightly. The bullet barely grazed his ear. There was no second shot. He had already landed. The wooden sword slashed across, and the soldier was split in half. Following that, Pei Ziyun lowered his body and skimmed across the ground. He looked like a swallow cutting through the water. This was the martial arts technique of the Great Sui dynasty. Indeed, 2 more bullets flew past, hitting nothing but air. In the next moment, Pei Ziyun rushed into the group that had yet to enter the hall. With a slash of his wooden sword, there was a soft "pu" sound. Black blood splattered, and 2 heads flew out. The remaining 2 only saw a black shadow flash in front of them. They instinctively dodged to the left and right, and immediately raised their spears. But they only heard 2 "chi-chi" sounds as the sword slashed across their chests. This kind of injury would not kill them immediately. But when the black blood met with the white light, it was like fire meeting oil. It started to burn. Once he had hit his target, he did not stop. He rushed into the group once again. The speed of his sword was too fast. All that could be heard was a series of "piu piu piu piu" sounds. These sounds were almost continuous, and 4 to 5 people fell down like grass being cut. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people who had stopped outside were dead. The remaining 3 were filled with killing intent. With a loud roar, they raised their spears and stabbed forward. This was the stabbing technique. The stabbing technique was very simple and very practical. The spear stabbed forward, but the remaining 3 had no way to resist. With a split second, the 3 of them fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun panted heavily. It had only been 3 minutes, but he had used up a lot of his energy. After panting for a while, he entered the hall. Because he had used up the petrol, the fire was much smaller. "I'll send you on your way." Pei Ziyun's wooden sword stabbed forward, towards a person who was covered in flames, but refused to die. He was rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. With a "pu" sound, the wooden sword pierced through the person's heart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, the person who was covered in flames had a look of relief in his eyes when his heart was pierced. He was in too much pain now. The sword had freed him, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into ashes. Of course, Pei Ziyun did not care about this. After killing one person, he did not stop. He quickly followed up with another. His face was cold, and he did not seem to feel any discomfort. "Stop!" Those who were burned to death by the flames could be revived. but those who were killed by the wooden sword immediately turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Kitagawa Toshiya's eyes widened. Yamada Shinji had such profound martial arts skills, yet he still used such crafty tricks to weaken his own fighting strength. He did not have a shred of dignity as a swordsman, and attacked the defenseless people on the ground. Kitagawa Toshiya roared in anger and pounced forward, using all his strength to stab with his fastest sword. But then, he felt a sharp pain in his body. The sword had cut him from his shoulder to his chest, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. However, Kitagawa Toshiya was still alive, and was not incinerated. Pei Ziyun leaned to the side and continued to stab the people on the ground. Of course, Pei Ziyun understood that at this moment, what he had to do was to kill as many of the defenseless people as possible. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, he would have to put in more effort. In the blink of an eye, Pei Ziyun had killed all the people lying on the ground. At this point, one of the lightly injured soldiers suddenly knelt on the ground. "Spare me, spare me!" he hissed and begged for mercy. "Interesting, I thought that all of you who have died before would have no fear of death. I don't think there are still people who betray us." "That's right, those who have committed suicide would never do it again. Now that we've cut off the publicity, will the soldiers who charged forward be able to do it again?" Seeing that there were people like this, the remaining 3 or 4 people begged for mercy and crawled out of the door. Pei Ziyun looked on coldly from the side, not daring to kill them. 3 or 4 of them crawled out of the door and into the rain outside. Only then did they reveal expressions of relief. Suddenly, they turned into ashes. They opened their mouths, but could not speak. Then, they turned into stiff corpses. What a joke! How can people who betray their ideals live on? Don't forget who gave you life. Katagi Tatsuya's chest was stained with blood. His breathing was heavy, and his entire body was convulsing. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Surprisingly, he laughed as he crawled and reached for his blade. A warrior dedicates his life to his country. It is part of his duty. As Katagi Tatsuya spoke, he bit the blade in his mouth and reached for his clothes with both hands. At this point, Pei Ziyun, who was about to step forward, paused. He suddenly understood what Katagi Tatsuya was about to do. He let go of his wooden blade and bent over to catch his breath, recovering his strength. Katagi Tatsuya revealed himself and held the blade in his hand. He pointed it at his abdomen, bit his lips and stabbed it down, creating a semicircle wound. Katagi Tatsuya gritted his teeth and continued to cut the wound. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was deafening. He had completed a full moon. This was the most orthodox way of cutting the abdomen. Pei Ziyun threw the wooden blade away and picked up a long blade. After cutting the abdomen, it was time for kaikaku decapitation. The famous Japanese writer Ishikawa Hitoshi, Note 1, had cut the abdomen, causing his intestines to bleed profusely. He cried out in pain and finally panicked. He cut the neck 5 times, but the head did not fall off. Finally, he used a small knife to cut his scalp. Matsuno Takashi was a lieutenant general, Note 2. He had committed suicide by cutting the abdomen, and it was not a mistake. He had bled to death after 15 hours. It was a tragic death. Hence, there had to be a kaikaku to avoid prolonged pain. Interestingly, in modern Japanese law, a kaikaku would be sentenced to 4 to 6 years in prison. Go on your way, Katagi Tatsuya. Pei Ziyun waved his long blade, and Katagi Tatsuya's neck was cut by 2/3. Blood spurted out, and his corpse fell heavily to the ground. At this point, the entire hall was silent. The rain seemed to be getting heavier as it fell with pitter-pattering sounds. The flames in the hall had been suppressed, but were not extinguished. Note 1, Note 2. These are the aliases of real people. Chapter 732. Pei Ziyun stood on the steps and watched as the corpses dried up and turned to ash. The wooden blade became darker and darker, and the patterns on it became more beautiful. Yamada-kun. Pei Zi-yun turned around and saw Ban Higashi Yuanko walking out. She was talking to Eiko. Eiko, organize a rescue team. Pei Zi-yun looked at her and said, Yuanko, why did you come out? It might not be safe now. There are no more enemies. 50 years of life, compared to the sky, it is but a small thing. Everything is like a dream. Ban Higashi Yuanko sighed and looked at the rain. She stretched out her hand, blood and fire, rain and night, it's just like the day before Lord Nobunaga died. Pei Zi-yun did not speak. In this world, the great general of Shinkawa fought from the north to the west. When he reached Oda Nobunaga, he ordered Oda Nobunaga to surrender. Nobunaga led 3,000 men in a night attack. It was raining at that time, and they attacked the great general's camp. Oda Nobunaga sang this song and was stabbed to death by several spears. His official rank stopped at the 5th position. In this world, it was an insignificant name. Only people like Ban Higashi Yuanko, who were familiar with history at home, would remember it. Life is once and death is imminent. Ban Higashi Yuanko continued singing softly. She looked at the night sky and suddenly said, Actually, I was born at 11. 17, after 11. 17, I will be 16. And it's already 11. 01. She gathered her courage and told him her biggest secret. Her long eyelashes drooped down and turned into a layer of shadow. I like your book, I like you. She did not finish her sentence. Pei Zi-yun looked at her and said, Bend down. Ban Higashi Yuanko looked at him in a daze. She bent down and Pei Zi-yun moved closer. She seemed to have understood and opened her mouth slightly. But her expectation was disappointed, and a kiss landed on her forehead. Pei Zi-yun then stood up and said, Since everything is settled, I shall go down the mountain. You don't have to send me off, I will walk back slowly. As he said this, Pei Zi-yun held the wooden blade in his hand and turned it around. He walked into the rain. Do you think it's too fast? Ban Higashi Genko wanted to call her back, but she did not make a sound. After a long time, she lowered her head and said, But I don't have time. It wasn't that she didn't understand her own psychology. In fact, in her spare time, she had also seen classic cases of male tutors and female students. Psychologically, this was the psychology of empathy that arose from a closed environment. An ignorant young girl would spend most of her time in an enclosed mansion or a girls' school. Her teacher was the only way she could see the whole world, as well as the only man she could come into contact with. He was the light, the world. The girl had no choice but to fall in love with him. His current situation was similar, but what was forcing him was only time. His time was too short, and he was getting closer every second. Under such circumstances, even if he repeatedly prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't bear it. So she fell in love with him, the man who saved her, although he was only 12 years old. How fragile! Sakato Genko laughed at herself as her hands drooped down powerlessly. She closed her long eyelashes and waited for her fate. 11, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. She sank into the darkness. West End Hotel. 2 girls were lying on the huge bed in the room. One of them was petite and laid on the bed. Her mouth was still chewing and drooling, as though she was having a sweet dream. It was Kawako. The other person was Hayakawa Naomi. She was wearing pink pajamas with a picture of a cat doll on it. She lay flat on the bed, her eyelashes fluttering and her eyes half open. It was obvious that she had just woken up. It was the middle of summer and the weather was scorching hot. Even in Hokkaido, the highest temperature was 30 degrees Celsius. Hayakawa Naomi seemed to be very afraid of the heat. Fortunately, the West End Hotel arranged by the Sakato Financial Group was a high-class hotel. It was well-equipped and the rooms were air-conditioned. The temperature was comfortable, and Hayakawa Naomi had a good night's sleep. This time, the arrangement of the West End Hotel was as follows. The 2 girls from the club, Kawako and Hayakawa Naomi shared a room, while Pei Ziyun had his own room. The other 3 members of the club shared a room. There were a total of 5 rooms. Hayakawa Naomi, who had woken up, lay on the bed for a minute before sitting up and preparing to get up. Kawako was covered with a thin blanket and was fast asleep. Hayakawa Naomi looked at the sleeping Kawako and thought to herself, at times like this, Kawako is quite cute when she doesn't speak. It seemed like Hayakawa Naomi's movements were too sudden. Just as she was about to leave, Kawako woke up as well. Kawako looked at Hayakawa Naomi with sleepy eyes and rubbed her eyes with her little hands. Huh? Hayakawa, why are you up so early? Kawako-chan. The seafood yesterday was delicious and everyone was very happy. That's why I spoke to the chef of the West End Hotel. Hayakawa Naomi ran her fingers through her hair and turned to Kawako. I told the chef that I want to learn how to cook seafood today. If that's the case, I can cook seafood for Kawako and the department head. Hayakawa Naomi smiled as she said this. Now that she was feeling happy, she wanted to live like this for the rest of her life. That's possible? Hearing this, Kawako was puzzled. She was no longer sleepy and asked, this is the chef's own cooking. He won't teach it to others, right? Yes, I also felt that it was too impulsive at that time. Hayakawa Naomi said shyly, but I didn't expect that the hotel would agree to my request after some consideration. Speaking of this, Hayakawa Naomi was a little surprised, but she felt lucky. So, although I don't know why the hotel would agree to my request, it's a rare opportunity. I have to learn. Kawako's gaze fell on Hayakawa Naomi. After a moment of silence, she asked suspiciously, Hayakawa, is it because he saved you that you are working so hard? Yes. Hayakawa Naomi had always felt that Kawako was precocious. She didn't want to lie to her, so she thought for a while and answered with certainty, what about you, Kawako-chan? I have to protect Mom. And I have to fight alongside Onisan. As Quozi spoke, she was no longer sleepy. She got up from the bed and raised her little fist with a determined look on her face. The morning in Hokkaido was chilly. The kitchen of Zio Hotel was on the first floor. It was very big, but at 5 in the morning many people were already busy. Sometimes the boss would come to help. Hayakawa Naomi walked into the kitchen and saw that the boss was there. She greeted her and bowed. Zepura-san, how are you? The lady boss of the Nishio Hotel was called Natsumi Nishiura. She looked like a very gentle woman. She wore a light-colored kimono and had a soft figure. She often had a smile on her face, causing everyone who came to the hotel to have a good impression of her. The boss returned the greeting and said politely, Hayakawa-san, why are you up so early? You can sleep a little longer. It's just the preparation of the ingredients. The preparation of the ingredients is also very important. I hope to learn the whole process, please. The boss teased, is it for someone? Yes. Hayakawa Naomi looked at the ingredients in front of her, her eyes filled with happiness. I don't need him to whisper sweet nothings to me. I just want him to eat the food I make. I don't need to watch a concert or go shopping in Ginza. I just want him to walk with me on the streets. Hayakawa Naomi said, and fell into her imagination. Mom said that we must strive for our own happiness. There are many regrets in life, but we should try not to leave regrets because of our own laziness. Hearing this, the boss was silent for a while and said sadly, You're right. If only she had the same courage back then. Then, the two of them worked together in silence. Hayakawa Naomi was helping the hotel today. At the same time, the hotel staff would teach her how to make delicious seafood. While working with Hayakawa Naomi, Natsumi Nishiura explained the process of making breakfast, as well as the key points to take note of when making seafood. Natsumi Nishiura cut off the head of the prawn and said to Hayakawa, Naomi, I'm going to teach you a simple and classic seafood recipe, how to make delicious seafood noodles. You should know that seafood noodles are one of the 3 signature dishes of our hotel. The reason why we make seafood noodles is so delicious is mainly because of the following two reasons. When Hayakawa Naomi heard what the boss said, she immediately listened carefully. This was because the seafood noodles in this hotel were indeed very delicious. Yesterday, because Tetsuyama Shinta ate the seafood noodles from this hotel, he went all out, saying that he wanted to make up for the loss of food on the ship. He ate 3 big bowls in one go, and in the end, he even said that he wanted to pack a bowl for supper. At that time, if it weren't for Kawako and Hayakawa Naomi seeing Shinta Haruyama's exaggerated behavior and stopped him, he might have really done it. However, seeing Shinta Haruyama's exaggerated behavior, Hayakawa Naomi also tried it and found that the seafood noodles in this hotel were indeed delicious. Natsumi Nishiura said, "When we make seafood noodles, first of all, the steps are very clear. Put all the seafood ingredients in the pot and cook for 6 to 7 minutes. When it's done, take out all the seafood ingredients, keep the seafood soup, add the right amount of water, and cook the noodles in the pot." This step may seem simple, but if you don't do it first, it will affect the taste of the noodles. Of course, there are some things to take note of. If you do it alone, you must pay attention to it. Natsumi Nishiura reminded Hayakawa Naomi. That is, when preparing the seafood, if it's prawns, you can use cooked prawns, frozen prawns, or fresh prawns, but you must remove the head prawns. If there are crab fillets in the seafood, because the crab fillets are easy to overcook, you must remember to take them out immediately. Natsumi Nishiura pointed at the crab fillets and said, "Also, you can use fresh clams, so the seafood noodles will be more beautiful. Most importantly, after cooking the seafood soup, add some water, or else the fishy smell will be too strong." Natsumi Nishiura told Hayakawa Naomi seriously and personally demonstrated. As for the ingredients, I'll read them to you now. If you can't remember them, you can copy them later. The cooking time is more than 6 hours. The chefs looked at all of this in surprise. Natsumi Nishiura's teaching seemed simple, but she did not hold back at all. Even their own daughters could not do this, right? Was it because of her beauty? Or was it because she was a guest of honor at Banto? At this point, someone came in from outside and reported to the boss. When Natsumi Nishiura heard this, her expression changed. She turned to Hayakawa Naomi and said, "Hayakawa-san, I have something to do. I'll go out and take a look. You stay here and try cooking." "Yes." Hayakawa Naomi acknowledged. She was currently immersed in learning how to cook better food, and did not notice the expression on the boss's face. She continued cooking. After some time, the boss's wife, Natsumi Nishiura, came in again. She looked the same as before, her face full of smiles, as though nothing had happened. Only her slightly swollen eyes showed signs of pain. She said to Hayakawa Naomi, "Good news, Yamada-kun is back, and says he wants to eat your food. Come with me." "Ah, is that true?" Hayakawa Naomi was overjoyed. She did not ask why he had not returned, but nodded her head. "Yes, yes, it will be ready soon. Please wait for a while. Let me finish up the last few things." Hayakawa Naomi placed the food on a plate and hurriedly brought it over with Natsumi Nishiura. They then saw Pei Ziyun, who had just taken a bath and changed into a kimono. "Yamada-kun." The two of them bowed and brought the food in. The restaurant's bowls were black with red flowers on them. It was an elegant color and was filled with soup. She remembered Pei Ziyun's taste, and added a thick layer of meat. The noodles were long and glossy and smooth. Pei Ziyun took a bite and smacked his lips. He could not help but exclaim, "It's so fragrant and smooth. Naomi, your cooking skills are so good that you can be a chef." "You're too kind." Hayakawa Naomi shook her head. Her cooking skills were still lacking. However, seeing that Pei Ziyun was satisfied, she was elated. "That's great, Yamada-kun is very satisfied." Hayakawa Naomi's food was indeed very much to Pei Ziyun's taste buds. Most importantly, he had been fighting all night, and felt that it was too troublesome. Seeing Pei Ziyun gobbling down the food, Hayakawa Naomi served him another plate. Her heart was filled with joy. The lady boss, Natsumi Nishiura, watched as Hayakawa Naomi lowered her head and showed her snow-white neck. Even she was moved by the sight. Truth be told, Natsumi Nishiura had never seen such a beautiful girl before. She was afraid that even her mistress would pale in comparison to her. She then thought of the blood-stained clothes she had just cleaned up and sighed, "Ai, it's a pity that the person you like is a samurai. The path of a samurai is filled with hardships. It's rare for a samurai's love to be excessive." Natsumi Nishiura thought of the news she had just received. Her heart sank and she almost cried. A samurai would die if he was generous. How much love did he have left for women? She was so angry. She had already lost all hope and married someone else. Why did her heart still hurt so much when she heard the news? Chapter 733. The rain stopped in the middle of the night, and the fire in the Sakato headquarters gradually grew. Thick smoke billowed, and the raging smoke even dyed the sky red, corresponding to the dawn. It seemed that the weather was gradually clearing up today. The fire brigade rushed to the entrance of the Sakato main hall, but they did not enter immediately. Instead, a group of fully armed guards rushed into the Sakato main hall. When they saw Sakato Yuanko, the leader immediately got out of the car, sighed deeply, and bowed deeply, saying, "Please forgive us for being late, GMO." This person was Sakato Shuji, the confidant of the head of the Sakato Financial Group, Sakato Kuji. He was also an important figure in Sakato Kuji's control of the Sakato Financial Group. The Sakato family had been around for 200 years, so naturally, there were many branches. Sakato Shuji was one of them. According to the ancient saying, it was a sect. Sakato Shuji had just received the shocking news that Sakato Genko was the incarnation of Haratoriheim. When he received the order, he rushed to rescue her. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, fortunately, everything was fine. At the same time, one of the guards was sweating, but when he saw that Sakato Genko was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was Koji Fujihara, a member of the Sakato family's guard team. He was in charge of the security of the Sakato headquarters, but he did not live in the headquarters. In fact, when Koji Fujihara was invited to a gathering yesterday, he drank a little and went to bed early. He did not carefully arrange for the security patrols in the area, so he did not take it to heart. The Sakato headquarters was very well defended, and there were many people in charge of security. Since Koji Fujihara was in charge of this area, nothing had happened in the headquarters. Something big happened last night. Someone armed attacked the Sakato headquarters, and a lot of people died. Hearing this news, Koji Fujihara broke out in a cold sweat. When he received the relevant information, he personally mobilized the guards to rush over. Fortunately, he found that the owner of the villa was safe and sound, so he was relieved. As long as the owner was fine, everything else was fine. Koji Fujihara knew that the Sakato Financial Group valued people the most, especially the core members, and not other assets, even if it was the historical Sakato headquarters. Of course, Koji Fujihara was also mentally prepared for this incident. If he was not punished this time, even if his luck was heaven-defying, even if he was removed from his position, it was still within his expectations. But no matter what, Fujihara Koji still had to come and express himself. Otherwise, what awaited him was likely to be a very serious punishment. The way the vassal states dealt with traitors was horrifying. Now that they had entered a democratic society, most people were exempted from this punishment. But for the direct line of descent, they enjoyed status and rewards that others could not obtain. Naturally, they had to obey harsh rules. Shuji Sakato bowed and apologized. Sakato Genko's long eyelashes seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. It was unknown how much effort it took for her to open her eyes. She did not answer immediately. She looked at the dawn. "My name is still Ban Higashi Uenzi, Ban Higashiyuenzi said slowly with an indescribable joy on her face. After all, no one wanted to die. Right now, Ban Dong-genko's emotions were very complicated. On one hand, Ban Higashi-genko felt like she had just survived a disaster. She had thought that after she turned 16, she would disappear like Cinderella. Who would have thought that she would survive? As he survived, he had mixed feelings towards Pei Ziyun. When others attacked the Ban Higashi dojo, Ban Higashi-genko appeared very cold. Because no matter what, there would only be one result for her. But when she saw Pei Ziyun sniping the enemy and displaying his martial arts, Ban Higashi-genko could not help but feel her heart tremble. If not for Yamada Shinji's young age, he would have been her ideal man. Between life and death, she was so fragile that she did not care about anything else. She wanted to find some comfort before she disappeared, even if it was very thin. And so, she fell in love with Yamada Shinji. But Ban Higashi-genko did not expect that Pei Ziyun would really help her survive. This was very awkward. Shinji, thank you for saving me. She touched her forehead. There was still his kiss mark on it, but it was very faint, as if it would disappear in the blink of an eye. It was this power that allowed Ban Higashi-genko to survive, and Harutori Haim's power was injected into her body. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and Yamada Shinji's face appeared in her mind. She mumbled, who are you?" When Ban Higashi heard Ban Higashi-genko's reply, he did not understand her words. But after thinking about it, even if she was Harutori Haim, she still had to be called Ban Higashi-genko. Thinking about it this way, Ban Higashi-genko replied loudly, "Hi, Higashi-genko." Ban Higashi-genko stood up straight and respectfully asked Ban Higashi-genko, "Higashi-genko, the firefighters are outside. Should I let them in?" Ban Higashi-genko turned around and looked at Ban Higashi-genko, which was filled with smoke and fire, and said, "Let them in." "Yes, the firefighters will enter immediately." Ban Higashi-genko immediately gave the order. Fujihira Koji and the guards quickly opened the door, allowing the firefighters who had arrived at the entrance to enter Ban Higashi-genko to put out the fire. The Japanese were very professional in putting out fires. In addition, it was raining last night, so the fire was completely extinguished within an hour. Someone reported, according to the statistics, although Ban Higashi-genko was not severely affected, because of the fire, a third of the building was burnt down. This meant that it was worth at least 1 billion yen. "Go and report it," the captain of the firefighters said and watched as the people left. Then, he picked up the phone in the corner and dialed. He said in a low voice, "Hey. Sir, I am sorry. The mission has failed. Besides, Harutori Haim has been confirmed to have awakened." Is that so? I understand. The person on the other side of the phone replied. In a distant room that was not luxurious and even a little sloppy, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit that was originally black and white frowned. He pulled open a piece of cloth on the wall and revealed the map of Japan. His name was Takashi Inoki. He was a man who wanted to change history. He used his sharp eyes to look at the map. After a long time, Takashi Inoki shook his head and sighed. "Is it really that difficult to set things right?" "That's right. For this erroneous history, the current situation is the general trend of history. There are countless forces supporting it. If I want to change, it will naturally be very difficult," Takashi Inoki said to himself. "However, the blood of countless righteous people and the Tianjin go to tell me that we are right." Takashi Inoki clenched his fists and his eyes revealed a terrifying light. At this time, a beep sounded. A phone call had come in. Takashi Inoki walked over and took the phone. He listened to the person on the other side of the phone report the latest situation to him. A leader naturally could not only listen to one side of the information. "Is that so? Yamada Shinji has been noticed by the shogunate?" Takashi Inoki listened to the clear voice coming from the phone with a serious expression. Moreover, because of this incident, the shogunate's people in the government have begun a large-scale investigation. Our people have been investigated? Temporarily give up on the operation and maintain silence. Let all our people go into hiding. Unless it is necessary, don't casually send out messages. Takashi Inoki immediately ordered. Also, Yamada Shinji, I have a way. Don't get involved. Takashi Inoki said and hung up the phone with a bang. Yamada Shinji was indeed powerful. Under the siege of so many people and beasts, not only did he not die, he even killed all of them. Moreover, he heard that Yamada Shinji was only 12 years old. Such a person was really a demon. His strength was probably the limit of the human world. Takashi Inoki lowered his head and thought to himself as he recalled all the relevant information about Yamada Shinji. From the looks of it, it would be difficult to defeat Yamada Shinji from the outside. Without a lot of force and manpower, it would be difficult to do anything to Yamada Shinji. Although it was difficult to defeat him from the outside, it might not be the same for the inside. After all, force was not the only thing that could kill people. Takashi Inoki sneered and took out his mobile phone. He flipped through the address book and found a number. He dialed. Hello? Is this Kodo Shurichino? Let the Jinkawa Shrine carry out the inheritance ceremony in advance. Takashi Inoki did not chat and directly stated his purpose. Kodo Shurichino was a very ordinary name, but he was the elder of the Jinkawa Shrine. The Jinkawa Shrine was divided into 5 major parts, but only 2 people could wield the power of the Jinkawa Shrine. One was the master of the shrine or the successor of the shrine, and the other was the retainer. These people were nominally retainers, but even during the Warring States period, retainers held more than half of the power of the family. There were even daimyo who were exiled by the retainers. Modern retainers were not those who directly served the company. Those people were temporary workers or regular workers in the company system, but they were not part of the company. The retainers were those who had tried to inherit the shrine but failed or eventually gave up. After many rounds of selection, they were given secondary positions. In other words, they were all samurai and were once competitors of the master of the shrine. The most important reason for the establishment of the Jinkawa Shrine was that the successor usually did not live long, whether it was because of fighting or other reasons. To ensure the continuation of the Jinkawa Shrine, it was established. Similarly, it was also to prevent the master of the shrine from having too much power. In history, there had been very unwise decisions made by the master of the shrine, which had led to the shrine's demise. Another reason was that those who could inherit the shrine were all extremely talented. If they could survive the inheritance ceremony, in order to better absorb and make use of talents, such an inheritance was established. Since that's your request, do you agree to the last condition? Also, how are you going to solve the inheritance condition of Yamada Shinji? Kodo Shurichino's hoarse voice came from the other side of the phone. Yes, I can totally agree to your request. Takashi Inoki did not even think about it and said directly, as for the inheritance condition, I will have someone send it to you reasonably. When the phone was hung up, Takashi Inoki sneered. An idiot who can't pass the test wants to steal the authority through other means. Greed will only lead to your death. Chapter 734. This is Harutori Shrine. We've arrived at the final stop, please alight. We'll wait here for 2 hours. A stewardess smiled and bowed. Hokkaido was vast and sparsely populated. This bus was a chartered one, and there were only 12 passengers on board. They were all members of the Domination Society. They did not have to pay for their own expenses. The Sakato family service was very attentive and warm. On the bus, a young man in casual clothes was playing with his phone. It was Pei Ziyun. When he heard this, he stood up from his seat and put away his phone. He picked up his bag and stretched. We're finally here? Let's go. Hey, is this the last shrine? Inayama Shinta, Murata Saikairo, and the rest filed out. Kawako followed Pei Ziyun happily. Kawako, how do you feel? Very good. In the past, I had time but no money. Now, I'm very busy with work and have no time. I can only enjoy myself this time. Pei Ziyun smiled and rubbed her little head. Have fun then. Naomi, you're in charge of taking care of her. Also, take some pictures as a memento. Hi. Hayakawa Naomi stole a glance at Pei Ziyun and blushed. She took out a silly camera and looked at it expectantly. These pictures would be precious memories for her in the future. It had been a long time since the incident at the Sakato main hall. And now, Pei Ziyun was following Sakato Genko's request to come to this place, Haratori Shrine. As the name suggested, it was the shrine of Haratori Heim. However, this place was a little remote, and the transportation was not very convenient. To reach Haratori Shrine, they could only take a bus. However, the bus could not reach it directly. It could only stop at the nearest parking spot. After alighting from the bus, they still had to climb a small mountain before they could reach it. Pei Ziyun led the group up the mountain. There were steps on the mountain. They climbed a small section and walked slowly. Looking at the surrounding scenery, they realized that the mountains were green and the water was clear. It was full of life. Indeed, this was a good place. Not long after, Pei Ziyun saw Haratori Shrine. From afar, he realized that the shrine was very quiet and there was no noise. The style looks relatively simple. It's not because they don't have enough money. Is it because of the specifications? Pei Ziyun realized that the Spring Bird Shrine wasn't very big. Perhaps it was because of its remote location, there were very few visitors to the shrine. This made the originally quiet shrine seem even more tranquil. It was noon, and sunlight shone through the leaves and onto the ground. When it landed on the buildings of the shrine, it formed spots of light that looked very dazzling. Wash your hands and pay your respects. The so-called worship was to first wash one's hands and rinse one's mouth, then put one's palms together and bow to the hall. There was no need to burn incense or kowtow. Then, he took the imperial red seal and stamped it on the red seal. After paying 6,000 ryu, he gave the account and the money to a witch. She said politely, "Please wait a moment." There were many shrines in Japan, and each shrine had a different set of imperial scarlet seals. Collecting imperial scarlet seals was a tedious, lucky, and expensive activity. At this point, another witch walked over and asked, "Are you Yamada-kun?" Pei Ziyun replied, "Yes." The witch, who was dressed in white, bowed and said to Pei Ziyun, "Hi Yamada-kun, Yuanhimo is waiting for you in front. Please come to the main hall." The witch straightened her back and said. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and said to the group of people, "You guys take a look around, I'll be right back." The main hall was where the deities were placed. The hall was where the deities were placed, and the hall was where the rituals were performed. Most visitors wouldn't disturb the main hall. The witch walked in front and led Pei Ziyun inside. As they neared the main hall, they saw Ban Higashi Genko, who had stood up to welcome them. Ban Higashi Genko was dressed in a kimono and had a flower in her hair. She didn't look very solemn, but she seemed to fit in with the Spring Bird Shrine. Ban Higashi Genko bowed 90 degrees to Pei Ziyun and said warmly, "Welcome to the Spring Bird Shrine." After not seeing her for half a month, the skinny 14-year-old girl had grown into a slender and elegant woman. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ban Higashi Genko pointed to the side and said to Pei Ziyun, "Yamada-kun, please take a seat. Also, call me Genko." Pei Ziyun looked around and saw a short table with a few stools. At least he wasn't sitting cross-legged. There were fruits on the table that looked unusually fresh, as though they had just been picked not long ago. Pei Ziyun didn't notice anything out of the ordinary and sat down. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had taken his seat, Ban Higashi Genko clapped her hands and a few witches rushed in. These witches were dressed in white and had different accessories on their heads. They held fans and bells in their hands. Undoubtedly, these were witches who were here to perform. Music started playing as the witches played various instruments. Some of the witches started dancing. This was the divine dance, which was said to have originated from the story of the heavenly cliff house. Susanoo disobeyed his father's orders and wreaked havoc in Takamajihara, causing his sister Amaterasu to hide in the heavenly stone house. Takamajihara became a world of darkness. This was the divine dance, which was known as the divine dance. Although there were some differences between the different shrines, the concept was the same. Pei Zi-yun looked at the witches who were dancing and felt a sense of tranquility. His entire body felt relaxed. What Pei Zi-yun didn't know was that when Ban Higashi Genko clapped her hands and asked the witches to perform the divine dance, the witches were very surprised. This was because this dance was meant to entertain the god. The witches of Haratori Shrine were not newcomers. These witches were all from the Ban Higashi Financial Group and had been trained by them since they were young. It was hard to imagine that a teenager like him would receive such treatment from Ban Higashi Genko. Pei Zi-yun admired the divine dance performed by the witches in front of him. He took a bite of a snack and asked Ban Higashi Genko, "Genko, is this your family's shrine?" Ban Higashi Genko pursed her lips and smiled. Yes. Everyone else thought that she was referring to the assets of the Ban Higashi Financial Group. However, as Pei Zi-yun looked at the divine dance performed by the witches in front of him, he could feel that there was a faint glow within the dance, as if it was welcoming its owner. It seemed like Ban Higashi Genko had successfully fused with Haratori Heim. "I still have to apologize to Yamada-kun, because it took me half a month to invite you over," Ban Higashi Genko said apologetically. "I'm really sorry, please forgive me." "It's nothing, it doesn't matter. Besides, I can understand. I've heard that you've become the head of the Ban Higashi family. There must be many things you need to settle." Pei Zi-yun laughed. He really understood. He then asked Ban Higashi Genko, "I heard that the Ban Higashi Financial Group is in turmoil. Their stocks have fallen by quite a bit." "It's nothing. It's just that there are some people in the Ban Higashi Financial Group who don't know about it. Some are not happy." Ban Higashi Genko spoke as if it had nothing to do with her. Some of them voluntarily withdrew their shares, while others had no choice but to do so. There are always some fluctuations, but it's all over now. Ban Higashi Genko asked, "Yamada-kun, are you going back now?" "Yes," Pei Zi-yun replied. He had been in Hokkaido for half a month now, and had visited all 11 districts of Hokkaido. It could be said that he was very satisfied. Since school was about to start, he naturally had to return. If that's the case, Ban Higashi Genko took out a contract from her bosom and presented it to Pei Zi-yun with both hands. She then said in a serious tone, "Yamada-kun, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Pei Zi-yun took a look. On the contract, it stated that it was 5,000th of the shares of the Tochigi Electric Company. Pei Zi-yun knew about this company. It was an important subsidiary of the Ban Higashi Financial Group. This 5,000th of the shares was equivalent to 100 million ryu. Every year, he would receive a dividend of 3 million ryu. If he were to sell it, it would not be a problem to earn a premium of 130 million ryu. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head and accepted the contract without hesitation. He had saved her life, so he had no qualms about accepting this sum of money. Seeing this, Ban Higashi Genko was very satisfied. She then lowered her head and said, "Actually, I can't repay you with this. However, I've just taken over the Ban Higashi family, so this is all I can do." She wasn't willing to talk about this topic. She then changed the topic and said, "Yamada-kun, I've read your 3 new books. I have to say, they're really good. They definitely have the ability to reach the top. Hence, whatever you want, my Ban Higashi Financial Group will definitely cooperate." When Pei Zi-yun heard this, he was instantly energized. This was the biggest reward he had received. If it wasn't for the system's mission to protect her, her original goal would have been to get help from the Ban Higashi Financial Group so that her books could receive 3 great rewards and become a legend in Japan. Now, she had finally achieved her goal. However, thinking about it, the reason why she had achieved her goal so easily was because she had interfered with the key point of fate. This world couldn't predict the future like the Greek myth. However, the system always had a target in mind. Pei Ziyun understood and felt this way. However, Yamada-kun, I'm very sorry. I'm afraid that my matter might bring you some trouble. Ban Higashi Genko said slowly, hence, if you meet with any trouble in the future, please look for me. Pei Ziyun smiled and picked up a snack to eat. He then said to Ban Higashi Genko, I'm not afraid of trouble. Of course, if something happens, I'll look for you. That's for the best. Ban Higashi Genko nodded her head slightly. At this point, the divine dance ended. Pei Ziyun stood up and said to Ban Higashi Genko, I'll take my leave now. Ban Higashi Genko sent Pei Ziyun a few steps away. Just as Pei Ziyun was about to leave, she whispered to him, Yamada-kun, be careful of the inheritance ceremony. However, if it's Yamada-kun, I'm sure it won't be a problem. Also, if you receive any additional rewards from the Ban Higashi family, please accept them. Ban Higashi Genko smiled, but there was a hint of coldness between her brows. Of course, this coldness wasn't directed at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun didn't want to interfere with the internal affairs of the Ban Higashi family. He only smiled and said, if someone gives it to me for free, of course I'll accept it. As he said this, he turned around and bowed, Genko, please stay. As he said this, he shouted. Instantly, 12 people came from all corners of the shrine and laughed as they walked out of the shrine towards the bus below. Seeing Pei Ziyun leave, Ban Higashi Genko let out a heavy sigh and ordered, bring them up. A few people were brought up. There were both men and women. Ban Higashi Genko held a fan and said, kill them! Hi! The long sword chopped down, and a head fell to the ground, rolling in front of the shrine. Fresh blood spurted out a few feet. In an instant, the entire shrine was filled with killing intent. Chapter 735. Tokyo. The group alighted. Hee, we're back. Yuta yawned and stretched lazily. He shook his body and said loudly, finally, we don't have to take a boat. Indeed, we're finally back. I'm so tired. Murata Saikairo rubbed his neck and complained softly. On the journey back, Murata Saikairo had a stiff neck. He did not know if it was because he was sleeping in the wrong position or something else. Now, Murata Saikairo's neck was extremely uncomfortable. Even moving it would cause him immense pain. However, aside from this small matter, overall, this trip to the shrine in Hokkaido was indeed very worthwhile. With the support of the Sakato family, Pei Ziyun and the rest not only visited the 11 Hokkaido shrines, but also tasted the local delicacies, enjoyed the beautiful scenery, and filmed an entire episode of Hokkaido. Everyone was very satisfied with this Hokkaido shrine trip. However, there were a few undesirable factors. First, Yuta was prone to seasickness. Both trips back and forth were by boat. Yuta experienced dizziness, nausea, and all sorts of other discomforts. This made Yuta feel as though he was better off dead than alive. The most direct manifestation of this was that he had lost 2 kilograms. This made Hayakawa Naomi and Kawako laugh so hard their stomachs hurt. Pei Ziyun said, now, everyone, check to see if you left anything behind. Once you're all packed, go home. Although we have a phone call, it's been a month. I'm sure your parents are getting anxious. Everyone, go back and rest. When school starts, we'll organize a club gathering. I'm sure we'll be able to write a book. Hi. The first semester in Japan was from the 7th of April to the 18th of July. The second semester was from the 1st of September to the 20th of December. It was now around the 25th of August. Hayakawa Naomi tugged at her sleeves as she looked at Pei Ziyun. She was a little shy and excited at the same time. During this trip to Hokkaido, with the support of the Sakato family, she had learned how to cook. Hokkaido had its own specialties, but it was the same as Japan. It could be said that she was now considered a chef. She wanted to show off her skills. When we start school, we'll be able to eat Naomi's rice balls and sushi. Fukuoka Maya said, her eyes lingering on Hayakawa Naomi for a moment before turning away. Pei Ziyun heard this and laughed. He turned and said, Fukuoka Maya is right. Naomi, I'll expand your kitchen and add some drink. Although we can't drink, we can drink. As exercise consumes a lot of water and energy. Although we can't drink, we can drink. Exercise requires a lot of water and energy. It wasn't just because Hayakawa Naomi's cooking skills were getting better, but more importantly, he could taste more wonderful flavors in her food. Pei Ziyun felt that it was similar to the buckwheat flour. Originally, buckwheat flour was very sticky and tasteless. But one day, when wheat flour was added to the buckwheat flour, a miraculous reaction occurred. The taste, elasticity, and stickiness of the buckwheat flour were all enhanced. Because of this, it became popular throughout the country and became a tradition. Hayakawa Naomi seemed to have the same ability. She was originally an ordinary girl, but now she was getting more and more beautiful. Even Pei Ziyun couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. What was even more surprising was that Hayakawa Naomi was getting more and more beautiful. In the past, she was just an ordinary girl, but now she was getting more and more beautiful. Even Pei Ziyun couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Kawako pouted and said to Pei Ziyun, Oni-san, Kawako can't accompany you anymore. Kawako has to go back too. Mom has called me a few times. She knows that I'm coming back today. She asked me to go to her place and finish work with her. Kawako said reluctantly. Haha, it's fine. You live nearby. You can come back to play when you're free. Pei Ziyun patted Kawako's head. That's right. Kawako thought for a moment and nodded. After saying goodbye, the members of the club went home. Pei Ziyun took the tram to his house and saw Yamada Izumi and his sister, Yamada Nanako. Welcome home. Yamada Izumi took the backpack and asked, Shinichi, did you have fun on this trip? How was the club activity? Pei Ziyun looked at Yamada Izumi and asked as he pushed the luggage into the house. This is? Yamada Izumi remembered that this was not there when they left. It's a few sets of kimonos. Pei Ziyun didn't pay much attention to it and opened it. Yamada Izumi couldn't help but gasp when she saw it. This is a vibrato sleeve kimono. This gift is too expensive. A complete set of vibrato sleeve kimono cost a lot. There were 4 sets inside, 1 for each member, including Nanako. Mom, this is a gift from Uenzi. I don't think there's a need to reject it. Although the vibrato sleeve kimonos sold outside are expensive, most of them are just a scam or to create brand effect. This is designed and made by Okamoto Hanazi from the Sakato family. The cost isn't that high. Even so, it's too expensive. Yamada Izumi didn't even have a vibrato sleeve kimono. She only wore it when she was a young girl. She rented it and booked it half a year in advance. It cost her 25,000 yen. If she wanted to buy it, a basic set would cost hundreds of thousands of yen. The top set would cost more than 1,000,000 yen. Usually, she only wore a bathrobe, simplified version. When Nanako grew up, according to the family's economic conditions, she might get a whole set as part of her dowry when she came of age. There was no woman who didn't like this. Even Nanako opened her eyes wide. But, Shinichi, who is Uenzi? Yamada Izumi woke up from her daze and immediately asked. In country R, it was traditional to call someone by their first name. It was not easy. The daughter of the Sakato family. She should be the head of the Sakato family now. Pei Ziyun said casually. He took out the contract of Oka Tomoshi and handed it to Yamada Izumi with both hands. He said, "Mom, please accept this." Yamada Izumi looked at the contract in her hand. It was 1% of the shares of the Japanese Keiko Corporation. Seeing the words on the contract, Yamada Izumi hurriedly took out her mobile phone and searched it. She found that 1% of the shares of the Japanese Keiko Corporation was worth at least 30 million yen. Yamada Izumi's hands trembled a little when she found the corresponding result on her mobile phone. The Yamada family didn't have much foundation. Yamada Kazuhiko worked hard on his own. He was admitted to a famous school and became the head of the department. His annual income was 9 million yen. This was already a very successful example. But even so, the annual accumulation was no more than 2 million yen. Just the education of the two children could reduce a quarter of the expenses. In the past, Yamada Shinichi paid 2 million yen, which made the family very satisfied. Now, he paid another 30 million yen. This was all the savings of the Yamada family. This was amazing. The amazing degree even frightened Yamada Izumi. "Shinichi, how did this come about?" I'm so sleepy." Pei-Zi-Yun yawned and stretched. He rubbed his eyes with his hand and said in a lazy voice, "Mom, you can ask Sakami Senko. She will give you a satisfactory answer. I'm a little tired from the journey. I'm going to sleep." This was the reason why he didn't take out 100 million yen. It was too troublesome. "Alright. You go to sleep first. I've already prepared the room for you. You can go to sleep directly." Yamada Izumi could only say this. Her heart was filled with worry and joy. Seeing him enter the room, she quickly made a phone call. "Father of the child, come back from work quickly." Shinichi handed in a contract. "It's actually 1% of the shares of the Japanese Keiko Corporation. Come back quickly." As she said this, she called Sakami Senko. Pei-Zi-Yun did indeed go to sleep. When he woke up, he felt full of energy. The body of a 12-year-old is really limited. But it will recover quickly. He put on his clothes and went out. In the hall, he saw his father Yamada Kazuhiko, mother Yamada Izumi, and Sakami Senko chatting at the table. Pei-Zi-Yun felt thirsty. He took a cup of water and drank a mouthful. At this time, Yamada Kazuhiko asked Pei-Zi-Yun in a low voice, "Shinichi, is this true?" Yamada Kazuhiko held up the contract given by Oka Tomoshi. Although Pei-Zi-Yun didn't know how Sakami Senko would explain the source of the money to his parents, he said, "Of course it's true. Father, don't you also earn 9 million yen a year in the company? The value of the shares in this contract is only 30 million yen. It's only 3 years of your salary. Why are you so surprised? How is this the same thing?" Yamada Kazuhiko put the contract on the table and looked at his son with a complicated gaze. He couldn't believe that his son was only 12 years old and had obtained so much property. After working for more than 10 years, he only had a salary of 9 million yen a year. This was the result of Yamada Kazuhiko's hard work and many coincidences. The miraculous Yamada. This was the evaluation of him within the company. But looking at his son's performance now, Yamada Kazuhiko felt that half of his life had been in vain. But even so, Yamada Kazuhiko didn't want to show a shocked expression in front of his son. He maintained a dignified expression and said in a serious tone, "How old are you? Moreover, this is a company with a lot of growth potential. The annual dividend is more than 1 million yen. Furthermore, it can provide blood for the Yamada family in the long run. The value is completely different. Father, then you handle it." Pei-Zi-Yun said, "I still have to study and write. I really don't have the energy. Please." Yamada Kazuhiko listened to his son's words and had a complicated expression. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He sighed and went to make a phone call. At the mountain springs, Tian-mei smiled and said, "You must be hungry. I'll make something sumptuous for you." Looking at them leave, Sakami Senko said, Congratulations, Yamada-kun. Other than this, because the Sakato family did a good job last time, the Sakato family sent 30 million yen to the Makawa shrine on behalf of Sakato. Sakami Senko was surprised. This was a good reward, but it wasn't enough to move Sakami Senko. Yamada Shinichi was only 12 years old, and that was enough to shock him. With this money, you'll be able to hold the inheritance ceremony. The shrine wants you to take over the Makawa shrine directly. That way, it'll be perfectly justifiable. What do you think? Sakami Senko looked at him expectantly. Pei Ziyun fell silent as he thought of Sakato Yuenko's words. Sakato Yuenko had already given him the reward. Why did Sakato send him another 30 million yen? Sakato Yuenko, assassinating the Bakufu. This is really interesting. Pei Ziyun seemed to have understood something. If he was not wrong, there was something wrong with Sakato. This inheritance ceremony seemed to be problematic as well. Thinking about this, he laughed and said, Senko, I'm only 12 years old. Although in ancient times there was a 12-year-old who took over the Makawa shrine, but in modern times I can't do that. How about this, if I can receive the Wildwood reward, Big Ridge reward and Small River reward, I will take over the Makawa shrine early. Chapter 736. Room. In a room with its curtains drawn, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what? Are you kidding me? Anoki Takashi, who was deep in thought with a document in his hand, received a call. He frowned and raised his voice. I have to obtain the Araki, Uka, and Ogawa rewards before I can proceed with the inheritance ceremony? Why don't I wait until I'm 18? Anoki Takashi answered the call and stood up. He held the document in his hand and asked unhappily, Can't your shrine bring it forward? On the other side of the phone, Keisho Ichiko spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. Cough, yes. According to the rules, the successor of the Makawa shrine has to take the Gendo first. This is a rule passed down from the ancestors and has never changed. This rule had never been noticed by anyone before. Martial arts cultivation naturally had its own rules. To achieve great success, one had to be of age. The previous successors of the Makawa shrine were at least 18 years old. Some even succeeded at 30 years old. But this time, when Pei Ziyun was chosen as the successor, and Qin Sheng was pushing for the ceremony to be carried out, there were people who objected and pointed out this rule. Even Keisho Ichiko was afraid of the person who objected. The Gendo can be taken from 11 to 17 years old, but Yamada Shinji has to be willing. Now, the legal age is 18. There are still 6 years left. In this era of Japan, women could only get married at 16 and men at 18. Can't we rush him? In the past, successors had to rely on the shrine. But with Yamada Shinji's martial arts skills, the shrine's teaching is very limited. Because of this, many people suspected that he was the reincarnation of a samurai. In terms of money, he has already earned hundreds of millions. He is also an excellent writer. Keisho Ichiko spoke matter-of-factly. Even he couldn't think of a better way to solve this problem. When Anoki Takashi heard this, he could no longer suppress his anger. He threw the document in his hand to the ground and stomped on the ground. He loosened his tie and calmed himself down. Baka, in ancient times there was a 12-year-old Gendo. Anoki Ichiko scolded. He took a deep breath and said calmly to Keisho Ichiko, All right, I understand. That's it for now. With that, Takashi Inoki hung up the phone and strolled slowly in the room. After a long time, he stopped and looked at the map of Japan on the table. He muttered to himself, Yamada Shinichi, is this a counterattack brought about by my desire to change history? Although Takashi Ono firmly believed that he would win and had self-evident righteousness, he also deeply understood that under such circumstances, it had already become the orthodoxy. In order to reverse the situation, just like the Kamakura and Muromachi shogunate years ago, One must have the resolve to fight against the general trend and fight against the enemies that suddenly rose up. 6 years, it's too late. We're running out of time. Since that's the case, how about I give it to you if you want it? Takashi Ono immediately made up his mind. It was nothing more than the 3 great literary awards, which did not involve the fundamentals. To others, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even for the Sakato family, it was a little difficult. It wasn't because they didn't have enough power, but because they had broken the rules. However, it would not be difficult for his side to infiltrate for 100 years. Thinking of this, Takashi Ono took out his phone and dialed several numbers. Hey, Uemaki Toshiaki? I'm Takashi Ono. Listen to me. Kawako Ono, listen carefully. There's something I need you to do. In the darkness, an undercurrent was surging. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. In the western part of Tokyo, in the Ishii supermarket, a large number of people were choosing their favorite products. Ishii was one of the 3 famous local supermarket chains. It was famous for its excellent quality, complete range of products, and many Japanese specialties. Of course, the only drawback was that the prices in Ishii were somewhat expensive. In the meat section, Yamada Izumi was carefully examining the beef. In Japan, Japanese beef was very expensive. Even the Yamada family could not eat it often. However, now that they had a large income, they could afford it. Yamada Izumi also wanted to let him have a taste of her sukiyaki. Sukiyaki was a kind of beef hot pot. Thinly sliced beef was seasoned with soy sauce, sugar, wine, and other ingredients. It was cooked together with vegetables. If it was eaten with raw eggs, it would have an even better aftertaste. Yamada Izumi picked the Japanese beef and said to herself, this is not bad. This Matsuzaka beef is also good. This Japanese beef doesn't look fresh. Yamada Izumi picked a few pieces of beef and checked their freshness to choose the one that she was most satisfied with. Yamada Izumi moved closer to the beef and sniffed it to see if it had the normal smell of fresh beef. If it was subfresh, it would have a slightly sour smell. If it was spoiled, it would have a rotten smell. Of course, there was no spoiled beef in Ishii. Yamada Izumi pressed a few pieces of beef with her hands to see if the depression would recover. At the same time, she checked if there was any stickiness in her hand. At this time, a familiar voice rang out. "Ah, you're here to buy vegetables too?" Yamada Izumi raised her head and saw that it was Minako Koizutani. Minako Koizutani's original name was Minako Uehara. She married Toshihiko Koizutani and changed her surname to Koizutani to become a full-time wife. Toshihiko Koizutani was a middle-level manager in a company. The income gap between the 2 families was not that big. Moreover, Koizutani's family lived near Yamada's house. Because both of them were full-time wives, they often visited each other and were quite familiar with each other. Minako Koizutani wore a pair of glasses and a little makeup on her face. She held a basket in her hand and happily talked to Yamada Izumi. Yes, what a coincidence to meet you here." Yamada Izumi also greeted Minako and said, "I'm here to pick some beef. What about you?" "I'm just looking around." Minako smiled and added, "If you want to buy beef, I'll help you." After that, Minako walked to Yamada Izumi and looked at the beef she wanted to pick. This beef is very fresh. Look, the color of the beef is bright red and glossy, and the overall color is uniform. The fat on it is white or milky yellow. It's obvious that it was just sent today. The color of this beef is slightly darker. Although the cut surface is glossy, the fat is not glossy, which means that this piece was not just sent today. Minako Koizutani pointed at the 2 pieces of beef as she spoke, feeling a little envious. Korea and Japan were the same. Imported beef was cheap, while Japanese and Korean beef were expensive. Actually, after tasting it, he felt that it was just a result of the different methods of raising it. American beef was more extensive, which meant that it was raised on a large scale. Japanese and Korean beef, on the other hand, were raised specifically. It could be said that the taste was better, but not by much. It was more of a cultural and psychological point of view that it was expensive. However, Minako Koizutani and Yamada Izumi liked it. Minako looked at the beef and thought to herself that it was really good meat. It was a pity that she had no plans to buy it today. Buying Japanese beef had to be included in her plans. Yamada Izumi smiled and said, "Ah, thank you, Mrs. Koizutani. You've saved me a lot of effort." Minako waved her hands and said, "It's nothing, let's go over there and have a look." Yamada Izumi picked up the beef that she had chosen and followed Militani Minako to choose the food. They chatted as they picked. As they chatted, Militani Minako said, "I recently discovered a very good novel. It was recommended by my husband. Have you read Nocturnal Ghost? This book is really good." Minako turned her head and said in an envious tone, "I heard that it's selling a lot, and it's even being filmed in a movie. But it's strange. The author of Nocturnal Ghost is Yamada Shinichi, but it's the same name as your son. What a coincidence." Minako shook her head. There were 100,000 surnames in Japan, and most of them had two-character names. Hence, the probability of having the same name was not high. This was indeed a coincidence. When Yamada Izumi heard this, she was elated. She had never thought that her son's work would be so famous that even her neighbors would read it. At the same time, Yamada Izumi smiled awkwardly. She couldn't say that this was her son's work, so she said softly, "Yes." "What a coincidence." Minako nodded and said, "I'm so envious. If that's the case, I'm afraid the author's income is very high. He should be able to earn tens of millions of yen a year, right?" Minako sighed casually, causing Yamada Izumi to feel a little awkward. She couldn't help but look at the beef. It was not that the Yamada family couldn't afford Japanese beef, but with Shinichi's income, it was relatively more casual. Fortunately, Minako sighed and changed the topic. After a long time of choosing, the two of them bought what they needed. After leaving the supermarket, Yamada Izumi and Minako parted ways. Yamada Izumi sent the vegetables home, and suddenly, she went to Honya bookstore. Due to various reasons, there were many bookstores in Japan. Hence, there were several bookstores not far from Yamada Izumi's house. At this time, there were not many people in the bookstore. Yamada Izumi entered the bookstore and rummaged through the bookshelf. Soon, she found her son's work, Nocturnal Ghost. To be honest, if it wasn't her son's work, she wouldn't have flipped through this title. Holding this book, Yamada Izumi asked the bookstore staff at the front desk, "Nocturnal Ghost, is this book very popular?" "Yes, this book is very good. This is my favorite book recently. It's very popular. The nationwide sales have exceeded 100,000. The bookstore staff at the front desk said in an affirmative tone, "Moreover, I heard that this book has been filmed for a movie. If it's released, it will further increase the sales, right? Maybe it can be nominated for this year's Oka Prize?" The staff took the book and scanned the code. Of course, she had read this book before. After reading it, she was attracted by the book Nocturnal Ghost. Nominated for the Oka Prize. Although the author's writing is very good, he has only debuted for a year. Is this really okay? Yamada Izumi asked doubtfully. If it's nominated, it might be possible. The staff replied in an affirmative tone again, "Thank you for your patronage." Chapter 737. On the way back, Tami Yamazumi was holding 3 books that she had just bought from Honya bookstore. She was shocked. She really didn't expect her son to be a genius. Although all the previous signs had shown that her son Yamada Shinji was not an ordinary person, she didn't expect her son to be so outstanding. In Japan, the 3 major awards were the highest honors in literature. And her son had not only received the Wildwood Award, but also the Big Hill Award. Such a thing, Tammy Yamazumi just thought about it and felt like a dream. Back home, Tammy Yamazumi found that Yamada Shinji had returned. Peiziyun was sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea and checking his phone. The phone showed that it was an email from Sakako Senko. These emails were sent by Peiziyun to Sakako Senko to use the Makawa Shrine to send relevant information and real-time data about the book. At this time, the data shown in the email was very amazing. The sales of the books were rising rapidly. The sales of Samurai Under the Cherry Blossom is 83,000. The sales of Who is the Second Man has exceeded 100,000, and it has 102,100. The latest Nocturnal Ghost hasn't been on the shelves for long, but the sales have reached an astonishing 137,000. It could be said that such data was simply a leap. Peiziyun saw such data and nodded with satisfaction. He muttered, "Is it the Banto Financial Group that played a role, or is it the assistance of the forces behind the Sakako incident? It feels like both. The effect is really good." At this time, Peiziyun heard footsteps. He looked up and found that his mother, Tammy Yamazumi, had returned. So Peiziyun took out a check and a few movie tickets from his pocket and said to Tammy Yamazumi, "Mom, please accept this." Tammy Yamazumi looked at the things that her son handed to her. She took it and looked at it. She found that she was holding a check for 10 million yen and a movie ticket for Nocturnal Ghost. "Ah, Shinji, didn't you get a contract worth 30 million yen last time? Why is there this one now?" Tammy Yamazumi looked at the large check and was very surprised. "The last time was the last time. This is the reward for the recently published book. You can rest assured and take it." Peiziyun smiled and explained to his mother. Actually, it was 14 million gold coins. The balance was transferred to his bank card, which had 9 million gold coins. He felt that this was more than enough for him to spend. No matter what, in terms of physical karma, 300 million is not too much. With 300 million yuan, he could earn 10 million yuan in a year through simple financial management, not to mention effective investment. Also, since this is a rare occasion, please go and watch a movie. Peiziyun bowed his head in respect. "This is the first movie adaptation of my book." Yamanazumi Amami came to her senses and said, "The movie has already been filmed? If that's the case, then it's a deal. Our whole family will watch your first movie together." Nagoya Cinema 3 days later, Peiziyun and his family took the lift to the 6th floor, as the cinema was on the 6th floor. When Peiziyun and his family stepped out of the lift, there was a staff member checking their tickets and placing a tick on the ticket. After checking the tickets, the staff member smiled and bowed. "Thank you for coming. I wish you a pleasant viewing." Yamanazumi Tammy saw a sign at the entrance of the theater. It read, "Popular author's book, Nocturnal Ghost, the movie of the same name, shocking." When Peiziyun entered the cinema, the workers were still bowing to everyone who entered the cinema. When he entered the theater, Peiziyun realized that the theater was in good condition. Not only did everything look brand new, but the seats were also very comfortable. Although the timing was not very good, the sales of the movie were not bad. At a glance, more than 70% of the people in the theater were seated. As the movie had not yet started, the lights were not completely dimmed. Peiziyun could vaguely see that there were white-collared workers in suits watching the movie. There were also couples hugging each other, and at the same time there were also students carrying backpacks. Obviously, the number of people who came to watch Peiziyun's first movie adaptation was not only large, but the age gap was also very large. Undoubtedly, it was well received by the audience. When the movie started, the entire theater was silent. No one made any strange sounds. When the movie ended, the crowd slowly left. At this time, there were people discussing the movie. In front of Peiziyun's family was another family. The leader was a bald middle-aged man. He wore a pair of large sunglasses and was dressed in a suit. His face was slightly dark. As he walked, he sighed. as expected of the great director, Ueda Mori. This movie is really good. Uemory Ki was one of the outstanding directors of the new generation in Japan. The movies he made were known for their deep meaning and strange composition. Although he was young, he had already won the Japan Film Academy Award. The Japan Film Academy Award, also known as the Japanese Film Oscar, was established many years ago. It was organized by the Japan Academy Awards Association. It was the only major Japanese film awards that were broadcast live on television. The Japan Film Academy Award also had Best Film, Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Foreign Language Film, Best Actor and Actress, Best Supporting Actor and Actress, and Topical Award. The movie that Uemory Ki shot last year was The Weeping Walker, which won the Best Director and Best Film Award. The bald middle-aged man shook his head and praised, "Nocturnal Ghost is not inferior to The Weeping Walker at all. Can be said that this is one of the best movies I have seen this year. It gives me the feeling that it is a big river drama." Well, it is indeed a good movie. Next to the bald middle-aged man was his wife. She was wearing a snow-white dress, holding a satchel in her hand, and holding the arm of a child with one hand. Listening to the comments, she nodded in agreement and said, "The spirit contained in this movie is really moving. I cried several times just now." His wife said a little embarrassedly. When their son heard his parents' words, he also said loudly, "This movie is really good. I want to watch it 3 or 4 more times. The only pity is that I feel that the shooting seemed to be a little rushed. Even if it is Uemory Ki, 4 months seems to be a little too rushed. If it can take a year, it must be a famous work." The bald middle-aged man said the biggest regret in his heart. Not far away, a couple in pink casual clothes were holding each other's hands and discussing. "Nomura-ken, what do you think of this movie?" Utsumi Matsui held her boyfriend's arm with one hand and licked the ice cream with the other. "Well, this movie is shocking." Nomura-ken squeezed his hand tightly and said, "What do you think? It was not a waste to bring you to watch this movie, right?" You were right this time." Utsumi Matsui raised her eyebrows and said happily, "I didn't watch this kind of movie before, but now that I have, I think it is very good. It is not worse than Winter Letter. Haha, I told you that this movie will definitely satisfy you." Nomura-ken patted his chest and said proudly. He paused for a while and asked curiously, "This movie is based on a book. Who is the author of this movie, Yamada Shinji?" "I searched for it, but there is no information." "Yes, I don't know who it is either. He has not appeared in public yet." Utsumi Matsui looked at her phone in confusion. Could it be a disabled person? Nomura-ken guessed. When Yamada Kazuhiko heard this, he patted Pei Ziyun's shoulder lightly and could not help but exclaim, "Incredible, Shinji, you have really grown up. To be honest, I can't believe that you have such an achievement. It is like a dream. Are you still going to hide your identity?" Yamada Kazuhiko asked his son. Initially, he wanted to reveal his identity at the age of 15, but based on his experience, he knew that it would not be long before he became famous. Let's wait a little longer." Pei Ziyun answered his father's question. At this moment, a beep sounded. It was his phone ringing. Pei Ziyun picked up the phone and listened for a while before asking, "Has the Oka Prize been nominated?" Pei Ziyun said to his parents apologetically, "Sorry, I have something to do now. I will go to the coffee shop for a while." "Go if you have something to do, don't worry about us," Yamada Kazuhiko replied. Coffee shop. Pei Ziyun sipped his coffee and waited for Tomoshi Oka. Very soon, Tomoshi Oka arrived. Tomoshi Oka walked into the cafe with a briefcase in his hand and walked straight over. Before he even sat down, he said impatiently, "The Oka Prize has been nominated. Yamada-kun, this is unbelievable. This is your power?" Pei Ziyun took another sip of his coffee and smiled without saying a word. Tomoshi Oka sat down slowly and took out a large pile of information. This information was a stack of data. This data not only included the results of the publication, but also the results of the Oka Prize selection. This was detailed information that Tomoshi Oka had used some means to obtain. Pei Ziyun took it. The results of the publication were about the same, so it was natural for there to be some discrepancies. The results of the Oka Prize selection were a little new. He flipped through it carefully. Yamada-kun, there are already 5 judges who voted for you and gave their approval. No matter what, you will definitely be nominated for the Oka Prize. Tomoshi Oka pointed at the data and asked Pei Ziyun, "Now, are you still not going to announce your name?" Tomoshi Oka was puzzled. If he were to announce Pei Ziyun's real name now, it would cause a huge commotion. To be able to write such a masterpiece at such a young age, Pei Ziyun's fame would definitely reach new height. Furthermore, just like what Kazuhiko Yamada had thought, being nominated for the Oka Prize was a grand event in literature. The media would definitely dig deeper. Even the Sakato family would not be able to suppress this news for long. No, it's not time yet. Let's wait a little longer. Pei Ziyun shook his head and said as he looked at the leaves falling from the maple tree not far away. It was time to test the strength of the totem army. Chapter 738. Time passed quickly, and it was winter in the blink of an eye. Snow fell from the sky, landing on the trees, roofs, and streets, dyeing everything white. There were fewer pedestrians on the road, but the Shinchikawa Hotel was still crowded with cars and reporters. If they got closer, they could hear the reporters discussing the Oka Prize. Without a doubt, today was a grand day. The winner of the Oka Prize was about to be announced, and the ceremony was being held at the Shinchikawa Hotel where the Araki Prize had been held. The reporter, Cookie Fukamatsu, was dressed in a light blue suit. She held a piece of equipment in her hand and had a pass around her neck. She was a member of the Japanese newspaper, Into Life. She was in charge of the interview with Osamu Cookie. This white card was not eye-catching, but it was very important. Without it, he could not enter and exit the Oka Prize venue as he pleased. The distribution of passes was very strict. Only a few of the top newspapers and media in Japan could get them for free. Others had to go through strict check. Cookie Fukamatsu had worked very hard in the newspaper office to get the chance to interview the Oka Prize. He had to get this opportunity because he had gotten into big trouble recently. A few days ago, Cookie Fukamatsu had been taken to gamble by a friend and fell into a trap. He had accidentally incurred a huge gambling debt, and the only way to repay the debt was to borrow money from the newspaper office. To borrow money from the newspaper office, his current status was not enough. He could only get the chance if he performed well recently. The latest big news was undoubtedly the winner of the Oka Prize. Cookie Fukamatsu had used up a lot of his connections to get this interview opportunity. "I have to make a big news." Cookie Fukamatsu mumbled to himself as he entered the venue. Soon, the ceremony began. All kinds of programs and procedures were being carried out. Many people were focused, but Cookie Fukamatsu was not in the mood to watch them. He flipped through the information and listened to his peers, well-known critics, and authors discussing who would win the Oka Prize. He was thinking about how to make a big news. In the VIP seats not far away, Kitahara Kuniakai took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. His voice was a little hoarse. The winner of the Oka Prize this time, although Hirofumi Kazuma is not bad, I still think Shoutaru Odi will win. Kitahara Kuniakai was a well-known critic, known for his sharp eyes and amazing intuition. He had once successfully predicted the winner of the Oka Prize in front of millions of viewers on a show. Masaichi Muraoka, who wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, fanned his teacup with his hand, blew on it, and said slowly, "Is that so? I don't think so." Shoutaru Okio's Notes of a Vile Person is indeed quite good. It has both thoughts and connotations. It deeply criticizes the negative and corrupt phenomena in society. But as far as I know, Hamao Bowen's Crazy Fisherman is more popular. The Crazy Fisherman sold more than 20,000 copies last week. This kind of result is unprecedented in history. Masaichi Muraoka expressed his disagreement. Osamu Oka is particular about artistry, but as an affirmation of a famous author, he is also particular about sales, because this represents the influence of the author. Of the three rewards, the Desolate Wood reward promoted newcomers. It could be said to be the king of newcomers. Osamu Oka was definitely a famous author. It could be said that he had entered the ranks of the top authors. Although Osamu Oka only focused on artistry, the election system of famous authors inherited the consideration of popularity. The authors and their works were superb, and they could become great Japanese authors in the future. Masaichi Muraoka was a director, famous for making art films. His work, An Orphan's Life, won the highest award in Japan the year before last, so his words carried a lot of weight. At this time, the bald Hayata Ryoso flipped through the information and saw something. He could not help but exclaim, "Yamada Shinji has been nominated! TSK, TSK, TSK. This Yamada Shinji has only been in the industry for a year. He is really a dark horse." Last time he won the Desolate Wood Reward, it could be said that he was promoting newcomers, but now he has been nominated by the Okuoka Prize. This is unbelievable. Hayata Ryoso shook his bald head and said in surprise, "If this is the case, in a few years there will be another first-rate author in the literary world, right?" Hayata Ryoso was the editor-in-chief of a large publishing company. Perhaps because he was too busy with work, or for other reasons, his hair was sparse, so he simply shaved his head to maintain this image. Wearing a dark black suit, Yuji Takatomi took over and said objectively, "Yamada Shinji's Nocturnal Ghost is quite good, and it is qualified to be nominated for the Okuoka Prize. Whether it is reputation or sales, it has sold 150,000 copies." Yuji Takatomi was also a well-known author. He was good at writing long stories, and his most famous work was Death of the Black Fox, written 3 years ago. This book was also nominated for the Okuoka Prize that year, but it was a pity that it did not win. But even so, this book made Yuji Takatomi famous. Indeed, Yamada Shinji's book was seen by the great director Uemori Moriyuki, and he made it into a movie. So far, the box office has reached 2.5 billion yen, and it has entered the top 10 of Japan's domestic films this year. This box office can be said to be very good. Because of this, it is acceptable to be nominated. Masaichi Muraoka expressed his opinion when he heard this. Moreover, looking at the situation, it can still pull up the box office. Maybe it can make it to the 6th place. The 6th place this year was 3 billion yen. That's right, Yamada Shinji is really lucky to have been chosen by Uemori Moriyuki. Everyone sighed. However, in the eyes of Masaichi Muraoka, Yuji Takatomi, and Hayata Ryoso, although Yamada Shinji's Nocturnal Ghost had been nominated, the final winner was not him. He was too young. The review team of the Okuoka Prize would have to be crazy to choose Yamada Shinji. Japan would really explode. At this time, the previous program passed, and the climax arrived. Everyone stopped talking and watched attentively. The guest of honor for the Okuoka Prize had also arrived at the venue. Kitamori Kenzaburo was one of the top writers in Japan, and he was once the winner of the Ogawa Prize. Kitamori Kenzaburo had started publishing literary works a long time ago, and his most famous works were The Wonderful Man and The Last Luxury. However, it was his most famous work, The Anatomy of the Soul, that made him a top writer. This book mentioned an opposing consciousness, which was futility. The consciousness of the wall was in a dominant position. Because of the wall consciousness, the futility consciousness was produced, and because of the futility consciousness, the wall strengthened the wall. The two interacted. Such a strange concept made the book receive a lot of good reviews when it was published. It had a very wide influence, and it could even be said to have influenced a generation. The Anatomy of the Soul also successfully helped Kitamori Kenzaburo win the Ogawa Prize that year. Kitamori Kenzaburo was dressed in a white suit, and in the venue, he said in a calm voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us give our warmest applause to the final winner of the Okuoka Prize, Yamada Shinji's Nocturnal Ghost." Instantly, the audience applauded. At this time, Sakako also slowly walked onto the stage and took the trophy for Peizun. When Sakako received the award, many people were shocked. Kitahara Kuniakai's eyes widened, and he muttered, "How is this possible? How could the Okuoka Prize be won by a new writer who has just debuted for a year?" Takamori Yuji clenched his fists, and his sharp fingertips pierced into his flesh. He seemed to feel nothing and only screamed in his heart, "Impossible, impossible!" Hayata Ryoso touched his bald head, and shook his head in disbelief. At this time, Fukamatsu Kuki was also very shocked. But after the shock, he was overjoyed. He immediately realized that this was big news, and he immediately called the minister. "Minister, this is unbelievable. The Okuoka Prize has been won by a new writer who has just debuted for a year. There must be a huge conspiracy. Please let me lead a team to investigate. This is definitely big news, please," Fukamatsu Kuki said, and his eyes were filled with excitement. If this was true, Fukamatsu Kuki believed that if he could uncover the truth, he could become famous in one fell swoop. In that case, not only could Fukamatsu Kuki easily pay off his gambling debts, but he would also get a higher status and money. But at this time, the voice of the minister poured cold water on him. "Fukamatsu, don't continue investigating this matter," the minister ordered. Hearing this, Fukamatsu Kuki was unwilling to accept it, and he asked without regard for his status, "Minister, this is big news. Why don't you investigate further?" But the minister on the other side of the phone said in an even colder tone, "Fukamatsu, listen carefully. This is an order from the higher-ups. Are you going to disobey?" Hearing this, Fukamatsu Kuki was extremely unwilling. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were bloodshot with anger, and his face was blood-red. But the long period of education in Japanese society made him stand straight, and he replied, "Yes, I understand, minister." After hanging up the phone, Fukamatsu Kuki loosened his bow tie, and he panted heavily. Looking at the discussions around him, many authors showed expressions of unwillingness and surprise. How could Yamada Shinji win the Okuoka Prize? It's really an order from the higher-up. If we continue investigating, there will be very serious consequences. Fukamatsu Kuki understood this, but he was unwilling to give up. This was not just a problem of gambling debts, but of losing this opportunity. He didn't know if he would have another chance. Was he going to be a mediocre animal for the rest of his life? Even the Japanese have dreams. Fukamatsu Kuki was very upset. Seeing that the ceremony was over, he slowly walked out of the door. He didn't expect to see Kenichi Taniguchi. Kenichi Taniguchi was his university classmate, but he had joined Japan's Mingpao and had a hostile relationship with Fukamatsu Kuki's newspaper, Into Life. But this did not affect their friendship. Although they worked in different newspapers and were rivals at work, they admired each other because of their outstanding abilities. Once Fukamatsu Kuki stepped out of the door, he heard Kenichi Taniguchi's red face protesting. "What? You want me to give up on investigating Yamada Shinji's Okuoka Prize? Why? Fine." Kenichi Taniguchi was still discouraged, but he had no choice but to obey. Hearing this, a thought flashed through Fukamatsu Kuki's mind. She leaned over and asked, "Kenichi, are you the same? Are you also being asked to give up on the investigation?" Kenichi Taniguchi immediately reacted. The two of them looked at each other in shock. The two major media companies were huge in scale and influence, and they belonged to different consortiums. Now that they received the same order, this matter was serious. Only a small number of Japanese media companies were directly managed by the government, and most of them were controlled by consortiums. Now that there was such a situation, unless a few consortiums joined forces, or the shogunate intervened. "Come, let's go for a drink," Fukamatsu Cookie said immediately, his eyes flashing. Chapter 739. Arakawara Taro Izakaya. The manager was a middle-aged man, a beautiful middle-aged woman. There were a few people sitting around him, drinking wine. Izakaya was a unique culture in Japan. It was different from ordinary taverns that only served alcohol. It also served quality food, but it was different from restaurants and noodle shop. Because of the chain of izakaya, not only did it increase the variety of alcohol, but it also made the price more affordable. It became a gathering place for friends to meet after work. Even students often held simple banquets in the izakaya. The white-collar workers in the city would go to the izakaya after work. They would go to 2 or 3 izakaya in a night and go home drunk. This was their happy life. In a corner, the atmosphere between Fukamatsu Mitsuki and Taniguchi Kenichi was very heavy. Fukamatsu Mitsuki saw that Taniguchi's glass was empty, so she went up to pour some. In Japan, when the wine was empty, friends, whether familiar or unfamiliar, would help instead of pouring it themselves. This was a social culture. "Thank you very much." Taniguchi Kenichi thanked her out of habit and took a big gulp. His expression was not good. Not only that, even Fukamatsu Mitsuki looked very tired. The ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Now that the smoking ban in Japan was getting stricter, people could still smoke freely in izakaya. After taking a sip, Fukamatsu Mitsuki and Taniguchi did not speak. They just looked at each other with serious expressions. Fukamatsu Mitsuki thought for a moment and spoke first. Her voice was slightly hoarse. "Kenichi, this doesn't look good." After saying this, she put the cigarette in her mouth and took a deep drag. In fact, after Fukamatsu Mitsuki and Taniguchi Kenichi met, they decided to investigate the truth behind Yamada Shinichi's Oka Prize. It was now the 7th day. The development of the situation and the results of the investigation shocked them. First of all, they couldn't find any information about Yamada Shinichi. In Japan, it was very easy to find information, but they couldn't find any detailed information about Yamada Shinichi. This was a bit scary. Fukamatsu Mitsuki and Taniguchi Kenichi changed their way of thinking and began to investigate who was supporting Yamada Shinichi. The information they found made their hair stand on end. Just the clues that the two of them had detected involved important figures such as Oda Lin Takashi, Kikuchi Hara Hiroshi, and Kanehisa Akihiko. Oda Kobayashi's pen name was Yoshiaki Joe. Although he was only a top writer, his background was extraordinary. His father was the late founder of the Shiwu Group and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Oda Jiro. His half-brother was the former chairman of the Shiwu Railway Company, Toshio Tatsuo. As a writer, Takashi Odabayashi's representative works included Rainbow Scorpio, which won the Oka Award, and Words of the Father, which described his father Jiro Oda, which was nominated for the Ogawa Award. But now, Oda Lin Takashi was not only a top writer, but he was also elected as Japan's cultural meritorious person. His status in the entire Japanese literary field was very high. According to an in-depth investigation, it was discovered that the person who nominated Yamada Shinji's Nocturnal Ghost for the Osaka Prize was Takashi Oda. Kikuchi Hara Hiroshi was a big entrepreneur born in Kagoshima, Japan. He founded the Kyoto Jewelry Corporation and Crimson Telecom. He was inextricably linked to Japan's top property group, the Banto Group. According to Koki Fukamatsu and Kenichi Taniguchi's investigation, Kikuchi Hara Hiroshi visited the judges of the Osaka Prize a few days before the Osaka Prize was announced. Akihiko Kanehisa was a famous critic and director. The year before, his work The Flying Man won the Best Director Award at the Japanese Film Critics Award. Akihiko Kanehisa was one of the judges for the Osaka Prize. Koki Fukamatsu and Kenichi Taniguchi found out that he was related to Yamada Shinji. It was related to Akihiko Kanehisa's Nocturnal Ghost. Koki Fukamatsu learned from a friend that the Nocturnal Ghost, directed by Mariki Ueda, was distributed by Hino Sumitomo Pictures. Akihiko Kanehisa was a shareholder of Hino Sumitomo Pictures, holding 5% of the shares. That was not all. The key was that Akihiko Kanehisa took the initiative to nominate the project and quickly pushed for the actual shooting. Mariki Ueda only agreed to be the director after he visited him. He even rushed to release the movie before the Osaka Prize. What's more frightening is that many media outlets have downplayed the negative news about the Osaka Prize. Even the internet is no exception. From the looks of it, the Banto Group, Yoshida Group, and Hino Group are all involved. Maybe the shogunate is also involved. Koki Fukamatsu and Kenichi Taniguchi spoke to each other. Their faces were pale, and their backs were cold. They didn't know when, but the wine in their glasses had been emptied again. Koki Fukamatsu finished the cigarette in her hand and pressed the butt into the ashtray. She swallowed her saliva and calmed herself down. Then, she said in a hurried voice, "Kenichi, no matter what, we are classmates and have the conscience of the media. I think we should continue to investigate." Koki Fukamatsu looked at Kenichi Taniguchi with anticipation. Kenichi Taniguchi didn't plan to run away. He thought about it and said, "You're right. We can't give up now. I still have a friend. He should be able to give me more information." "Is that so? Is it Akitani Koho?" Koki Fukamatsu gulped down a mouthful of wine to calm herself down. Both of them knew each other well. This couldn't be hidden. "Yes, Akitani Koho is my senior. When we were in university, he was the president of our club, and I was the vice president. We've been friends for 3 years. Plus, he's from the Katsura Group. He won't be any weaker than the Banto Group." The Katsura Group was also one of the Japanese conglomerate. It was comparable to the Banto Group in terms of strength. It mainly operated in the automobile and machinery industries. It was a multinational automobile manufacturing and sales group. Its automobile production and scale were among the top 10 automobile manufacturers in Japan. Other than automobiles, they also produced generators, agricultural machinery, and other agricultural machinery products. Overall, the Katsura Group was a leading group in the automobile and machinery industry. Akitani Koho was the 4th son of the Katsura Group. "So it's the Katsura Group." Hearing this, Koki Fukamatsu breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her glass and took a sip. Then, she heard the phone ring. A call came in. Kenichi Taniguchi picked up the phone. At first, he used a respectful and intimate tone to greet the caller. Then, his expression changed. "What? Not only did you get the Oka Prize, but you've also started the nomination process for the Ogawa Prize? How is this possible?" "Yes, Taniguchi, please give up. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you." After saying this, the call was hung up. The two were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. One had to know that the 3 grand prizes were the highest awards in Japanese literature. So far, no one had won a Grand Slam. Moreover, they had won the 3 grand prizes without accepting the prize personally. This situation would cause an uproar in Japan. No one could cover it up. Not the conglomerates, not even the shogunate. There was no way the other party didn't know about the risks, but they still did it. This could only mean that they had no fear. It was easy to say that they had no fear, but to be able to do it in society, the power behind it was too terrifying. "I'm really sorry." Kenichi Taniguchi downed his glass. His face was full of frustration and shame. He bowed. Cookie, I can't continue. Hearing Kenichi Taniguchi's words, Fukamatsu Mitsuki understood. She patted his shoulder and smiled. Kenichi, it's okay. I understand. Kenichi Taniguchi's shame deepened. He mumbled, Cookie, I know you've always been strong, but it's too dangerous to continue investigating. My wife is pregnant. I can't lose my job, and I can't let anything happen to me. If something happens to me, my family will be finished. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Kenichi Taniguchi bowed again and lowered his head to tidy up his documents. These documents couldn't be kept. They had to be burned. Then he bowed deeply, paid the bill, and left without looking back. Fukamatsu Mitsuki looked at his back and shook his head. He glanced at the door and took a deep puff. When the cigarette was finished, he poured himself another glass of wine. Because he drank too quickly, even Fukamatsu Mitsuki, who had a high tolerance for alcohol, started coughing. When he finished coughing, his face was ferocious. He said in a determined voice, I won't lose. Even if it's like this, I'll continue investigating. It wasn't just a matter of gambling debt. The key was that he had gone against the orders of the minister and higher authorities to investigate privately. He had used a lot of resources and connections. Such a matter couldn't be completely hidden. Now, Fukamatsu Mitsuki couldn't back down. He wasn't Kenichi Taniguchi. He had powerful friends and could stop at this time. In a hidden room, Takashi Inoki received a call. Is that so? Even the Ogawa reward has been settled? The voice on the other side of the phone said with some worry, Yes, it's settled, but it's too easy to blow up. If Yamada Shinichi can't handle it, he'll be smashed to pieces. The person on the other side of the phone was an important figure on Takashi Inoki's side. He had a high position in the Japanese government and was mainly in charge of education and literature. Obviously, this person didn't know that Yamada Shinichi was an enemy. Since Takashi Inoki had put in a lot of effort to promote this matter, he thought that the author was on his side. To be honest, I've read the book. The quality of the book is very high. It's qualified to receive the 3 great rewards. If we can delay it for a few years, even if it's just 3 to 5 years, the Ogawa reward will come naturally. The person on the other side of the phone continued to suggest sincerely, then there won't be any risk. If we do it now, we won't be able to suppress it. It'll blow up. When Takashi Inoki heard this, he coldly interrupted and said, Thank you very much for your support. However, you don't have to worry about this matter. Unlike Kenichi Taniguchi and Fukamatsu Mitsuki, who were scaring themselves, Takashi Inoki didn't care if Pei Zi-yun could withstand the backlash of the 3 great rewards. He had no plans to deal with the aftermath. Hey, don't you want the 3 great rewards? I'll give it to you, but if you blow it up, it's none of my business. After hanging up the phone, Takashi Inoki was in a good mood. He took a stroll in the room. The gloominess of being forced to support Yamada Shinichi dissipated a lot. He thought to himself, when the time comes, we might be able to blow Yamada Shinichi up. However, there might not be a need for this. Thinking of this, Takashi Inoki called Kisi Ichino. Kisi, the succession ceremony must be completed quickly. We must not give Yamada Shinichi a chance to decline. Chapter 740. In the blink of an eye, it was the cherry blossom season. In Japan, the 15th of March to the 15th of April was designated as the Cherry Blossom Festival. Once spring arrived, the whole country, from Ryukyu in the south to Hokkaido in the north, would be immersed in the cherry blossom season. In the park, groups of Japanese could be seen sitting under the cherry blossom trees, or strolling slowly along the avenue. They could never get tired of the moment of glory and decay. At home, Pei Zi-yun was drinking his barley tea. Sakako was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a serious expression. She lowered her head and asked, Yamada-ki, isn't this too fast? A thick stack of documents was on the table. She was holding another one in her hand. These documents were related to Pei Ziyun and the Ogawa Prize. Yamada-ki, your work has been nominated for the Ogawa Prize. But the speed at which Pei Ziyun was winning the prize frightened even Sakako. Sakako recalled what she knew. In her memory, no one had ever won an award at such an exaggerated speed, let alone winning all 3 prizes and achieving a grand slam. The closest person to such a legend was Keita Tsubo. He was a legend 30 years ago. At the age of 19, he won the Araki Prize for The Last Hope. At an extremely fast speed, he published Tired, Tearing Him, Green Grass, Life in the Apartment, and other high-quality works. Among them, Life in the Apartment won the Uka Prize. He was 25 years old and was adapted into a television series. And Goodbye, My Lover, about the complexity of sin was nominated. It was a pity that it did not win the Ogawa Prize. How old was Pei Ziyun now? The speed at which he won the prizes was too terrifying. Thinking of this, Sakako could not help but say, Yamada-ki, the speed at which you won the prizes is too abnormal. It will cause a lot of doubts. Don't worry, Sakako. Pei Ziyun looked at Sakako and saw her worried face. After a moment of silence, he smiled confidently and comforted her. Don't worry, this is what I want. He was not a Japanese who was obsessed with the opinions of others. As long as he broke through this hurdle, so what if he was criticized by the public? Besides, although his work was a porter, it was completely worthy of the 3 great prizes. Of course, it might not necessarily win the prizes, but since there was a work that was worthy of the prizes, there was no need to worry. Pei Ziyun rubbed his temples with his fingers and gave an order to Sakako Senko. Now, you can activate the Navy and get them to spread rumors. Let these fake reviewers question why Yamada Shinichi never accepts the award personally. Is there an inside story? Is there someone ghostwriting it? Indeed, Pei Ziyun had already received the Wildwood Prize and the Big Mizuka Prize. However, he didn't go to receive the prizes personally. Instead, he got the 3,000 disciples to receive the prizes on his behalf. Such a situation was extremely rare and suspicious. The Araki Prize was one of the highest honors in Japanese literature. Very few people received it, or rather, there was basically none. The only case was the great writer Taichi Tanaka, who was bedridden. However, Pei Ziyun had gotten someone else to receive the prizes on his behalf twice. Such a situation was extremely rare, and the probability was extremely low. The first time, it could be explained away. However, the second time, it could not be explained away. Of course, I still need a portion of the fake reviewers to refute the doubts and motivate the readers. Pei Ziyun smiled faintly and added, My goal is to make the entire country talk about me. In reality, Pei Ziyun could already feel the power of the evil screen army. After all, the Sakako family had said that they were not the ones who had pushed for the filming of Nightwalking Ghost. The nomination for the Little Mizuka Prize was also not the case. The Sakako family felt that it would take a few years. This confirmed the involvement of a powerful force in society. This was definitely the evil screen army. Pei Ziyun understood that the evil screen army and the evil screen army were enemies. This temporary help was probably due to other reasons. If his predictions were correct, it had to do with his eagerness to inherit the Yuan Fu. Once Pei Ziyun received the Ogawa Prize, it would be time for him to fight against the evil screen army. Since that was the case, if he did not make use of it now, when would he? Pei Ziyun thought for some time before saying, Also, we should make use of those reporters who have a conscience. Since it's for the sake of justice, we should throw out some fake news and let them chase after us. They will join in the process of creating hype, and it's all free. But Sakako Sanako looked confused. No buts. This time, I will go and receive the prize myself. This way, I can change the public opinion. According to the law on the protection of minors, I have to use a fake name and cover my face. That's why I received the prize on my behalf twice. As for the Ogawa prize this time, it's too grand. That's why I personally apologize to the citizens. Don't tell me the citizens won't accept it? Even if there are doubts, they can't attack me for not receiving the prize. They can only attack from the quality of the book. Pei Ziyun smiled confidently. Do you think that my book can't receive the 3 prizes? The more they doubt me, the more they need to buy my book. Piracy is not a small crime in this country. That's why you don't have to worry. With this hype, the 100,000 books sold now, the upper limit of 200,000, can become at least 500,000? Just this alone might allow me to enter the ranks of the top authors who sell millions of books. Pei Ziyun said, I've made up for the difference in popularity that would have taken me 10 or even 20 years to reach. Although this kind of popularity is a little superficial, once it's gone, I'll have at least the standard of a top author who sells at least 300,000 copies. Why not? And you should understand that it doesn't matter even if I fail. I'm a warrior, I don't rely on literature to make a living. A top author's annual income is no more than 30 million, and a top author's annual income is no more than 300 million. Would being a true warrior be any worse than that? I'm not one of the 80,000. I'm a warrior who can slay evil spirits. In fact, as long as the public opinion reaches the highest point and allows him to open the door to legend, it would have nothing to do with him in the future. Looking at Pei Ziyun's relaxed and confident demeanor, Sakako's worries finally dissipated a little. She used her hand to comb her hair that had fallen to her forehead and thought for a moment, Yamada-ki, since that's the case, I have a list of media people with a conscience. As she spoke, Sakako took out a list from her backpack and unfolded it. This list contained the information and phone numbers of some relatively decent and conscientious media people that Sakako had gathered through her connections at the Tsukuwa Shrine. One of them was the reporter, Fukamatsu Mitsuki. At this time, Fukamatsu Mitsuki was drinking sake in an izakaya with very few people. One could see that her suit was a little untidy, and it was obvious that she was very distressed. Recently, the matter of Yamada Shinichi receiving the Okuoka Prize had been too shocking. Even though there were people at the top suppressing it, there was still a wave in private. Due to Fukamatsu Mitsuki's personality, he had spent a lot of effort to gather information about Yamada Shinichi's Okuoka Prize. Fukamatsu Mitsuki's overly straightforward personality had caused him to suffer a lot in the workplace. He had even missed out on promotions many times. However, he did not change this habit and continued to persevere. While gathering information, Fukamatsu Mitsuki was hesitant. He did not know if he should continue doing this. Based on the information he had gathered, the power behind this was too great. It could easily crush him into pieces. Is this the end of my persistence? Fukamatsu Mitsuki took a deep drag on her cigarette. Her eyes were bloodshot. Even a man made of iron would find it hard to bear such pressure. At this moment, the phone rang. Fukamatsu Mitsuki picked up the phone. A very strange male voice came through the phone. Fukamatsu-kun, I have some news for you. Yamada Shinichi has taken the opportunity to release a new book. He has even been nominated for the Ogawa Prize. Hearing this, Fukamatsu Mitsuki's hand trembled. He put out the cigarette butt. What? Yamada Shinichi has released a new book, The Boat of Ziyuen, and was nominated for the Ogawa Prize? Yes, this is too surprising. Such a book, which author can publish 4 books in a year? It's really suspicious. Sakako Sanako said with a voice changer. Don't ask me who I am. I'm just doing this out of righteous indignation. With that, the phone hung up. Fukamatsu Mitsuki put down the phone. After a long silence, he drank the sake in one gulp. The hot liquor ignited the man's anger. This is too arrogant, too arrogant. How can something like this happen in public without being questioned in anger? With that, Fukamatsu Mitsuki made up his mind and hung up. His friend Wakamori said, "Hello, Wakamori, this is Mitsuki. Yamada Shinichi was nominated for the Ogawa Prize. This is too much. This is a public challenge to the credibility of the entire literature and media. We must expose this, please." Wakamori was a friend of Fukamatsu Mitsuki. He worked at a newspaper, but more importantly, he was a very famous person on the Miyako Forum. His code name was Sandame. Similarly, Wakamori had a relatively straightforward personality. Because of this, he had a good relationship with Fukamatsu Mitsuki. Understood. A calm and angry voice came from the phone. Shimoda Bookstore Bao Yukinabu entered the bookstore and asked the staff at the front desk, "Do you have Yamada Shinichi's latest book?" The staff at the front desk scanned the book and answered politely, "Sir, you came at the right time. We only have one left." Hearing this, Bao Yukinabu's face lit up. He took the book and said to the staff, "I'll buy it." At this time, someone rushed over and asked the staff, "Do you have Yamada Shinichi's latest book, The Boat of Zuen?" The staff said with a regretful voice, "I'm really sorry, you came a little late. It's all sold out." The man sighed. "Ah, what a pity. I've already gone to a few bookstores." Bao Yukinabu couldn't wait to sit on a bench by the street after buying the book. He opened the book and immersed himself in it. He was satisfied and said from time to time, "As expected of Master Yamada, it's so good. Among the new writers in Japan, he's the only one I admire now. In my opinion, other than him, there's no one else in Japan who can become a great writer. Once you fall in love with Master Yamada's novels, you can't stop." At this time, the phone rang. Bao Yukinabu didn't want to answer, but the ringtone persisted. He had no choice but to pick up. Before he could get angry, the person on the other end shouted, "Yukinabu, have you heard? The Ogawa Prize has nominated your favorite writer, Yamada Shinichi, but someone on the internet is slandering him, saying that he stole someone else's work and that it might have been a team effort. What? Is that true? Master Yamada is a future great writer. His reputation can't be tarnished." Bao Yukinabu said angrily, "And for Master Yamada to be nominated for the Ogawa Prize, it shows his ability. Wait, send me the address, I'll go now." Note 1. The shogunate has 80,000 samurai, so the 80,000 people refers to normal samurai who don't have the power to kill evil spirit. Also, in the real world, there really is a case of a 12-year-old writing that caused a stir in the country. Chapter 741. In a small room, Bao Xing Xiuxin was sprawled on the bed. His eyes were focused on his phone as he typed on it. Bao Xing Xiuxin was an ordinary university student. He did not have many hobbies other than literature. In this room, one could see a bookshelf that took up a third of the room. This slightly old bookshelf was filled with books, and the most eye-catching were a few brand-new books. Yamada Shinichi's, Who is the Second Man and Nocturnal Ghost. The Boat of Zuen, that he had just bought was placed at the head of the bed. But at this moment, Bao Xing Xiuxin had no time to read. He was sprawled on the bed, his eyes fixed on the phone screen. His face was red as he muttered incessantly, "You bunch of non-citizens! How can you slander Mr. Yamada like this?" Bao Xing Xiuxin had been informed by his friend that Yamada Shinichi had been nominated for the Ogawa Prize. But now, he was being slandered by many people. He quickly returned home, switched on his phone and logged into his account. On the web of benefits, he found many posts slandering Yamada Shinichi. This made him very angry. The web of benefits was created by Toshiyuki Hongyama. It was one of the most popular social media apps in Japan. Its daily active users had exceeded 10 million. The web of benefits was popular among the people. Firstly, it was convenient to register. Secondly, it had powerful social functions. It was deeply loved by the people. Now, Bao Xingxiuxin was fighting back against those who were slandering him. He gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide. His hands were typing rapidly as he left a message under a post. The content of this post quoted from other people's posts. There were all sorts of doubts in the content. The most eye-catching paragraph was the following. I have to admit, whether it is, who is the second man, nocturnal ghost, or boat of Ziyuan, they are all excellent works. But no author can produce 3 such works in a short period of a year. More importantly, Yamada Shinichi did not even dare to show his face. Yet, he won the Araki Prize and Oka Prize. He was even nominated for the Ogawa Prize. Isn't this too suspicious? Bao Xingxiuxin was very angry when he saw this. He quickly typed on his phone, Mr. Yamada was able to win the Araki Prize and Oka Prize. He was even nominated for the Ogawa Prize. This is the result of the judges and reputable people in society. Do you think he's not qualified? Do you think the judges have no vision? Even the judges have recognized Mr. Yamada's work. What's there to doubt? Especially under the premise that there is no evidence, yet you still say these words. This is really infuriating. Where has your sense of justice gone? Bao Xingxiuxin quickly countered the comments on this thread and opened another thread. The author's name was Sandame-sama. His post was the most popular post on the web of Benefit. It had more than 200,000 clicks, and there were many comments below it. The content of the post was filled with doubts about the existence of Yamada Shinji's true identity. According to the post, Yamada Shinichi did not show up once or twice when he received the Araki Prize and Oka Prize. Instead, he got someone else to receive the prize on his behalf. Such behavior was very suspicious. Did Yamada Shinichi really exist? The post continued to analyze. As a rookie author, it was understandable that Yamada Shinichi had won the Baronwood Prize. Although such a genius was not common, there were examples. However, Yamada Shinichi had won the Desolate Wood Prize and quickly won the Oyama Prize. The next year, he was nominated for the Ogawa Prize. It was too shocking. One had to know that there had never been such an exaggerated result in the history of Japanese literature. If Yamada Shinichi really existed, why didn't he come in person? The main suspicion of this post was that Yamada Shinichi did not exist, or that he was just a pseudonym. He had used some top writers to complete these works and publish them under a new pseudonym to obtain huge benefit. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why he did not appear. No matter how coincidental it was impossible for there to be problems with 2 big prizes at the same time. He could not come in person. Or perhaps the author was the heir of a large consortium and wanted to gain prestige through this. This post analyzed the possibilities one by one. The reasons were listed one by one. At a glance, it was very convincing, and there were more than 10,000 comments below this post. Some supported this post, while others objected. But overall, there were more people who supported this view. There were even people who left comments below cursing angrily. Yamada Shinichi, either there is no such person, or there is an insider operation. There were even people who left comments and cursed, reaching the level of obscenities. Bao Xingxiuxin looked at these comments and the slander on the post. He wished he could pull these people in front of him and beat them up to vent the accumulated anger in his heart. But there was no other way. Bao Xingxiuxin quickly typed again and typed, Bakayaru, such a post can get so many clicks? Is the head of the person who posted the post eaten by a dog? The judges will definitely verify the identity of the person who won the Oka Prize and the Desolate Wood Prize. If the identity is verified to be fake, they won't give out the big prize. Even if there was a mistake the first time, the verification process for the second Oka Prize will be even stricter. How can there be no Mr. Yamada? As a qualified literature lover, you should know the basic information of the 3 major prizes, right? The 3 major prizes have clear rules. There is a strict identity verification process for personal information. It is impossible to even be nominated if one's identity is fake. How ignorant are you to slander Mr. Yamada as fictional? And the moment this post was posted, someone retorted. They left a comment below. Then how do you explain why Yamada Shinichi did not appear for the 2 big prizes? Many people even asked, how do you know there's no inside story? To achieve such achievements in such a short period of time, if there's no inside story, who would believe that we are no longer the nameless citizens of the previous shogunate era? But there were also people who supported the comment. That makes sense. Mr. Yamada definitely exists. There must be a reasonable reason why he didn't appear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been nominated for the 3 major prizes, much less won the prize. That's right. Some people say that it's a collective work. Those who are familiar with literature know that up until now, all of Mr. Yamada's books have a unified style. It's impossible for it to be a collective work. Moreover, I can't find any similar writing style with this kind of style. How could such a superb author be unknown? And he won't give it to others. This is too easy to expose. As long as the author doesn't write it, others can't impersonate it. At any time, as long as he writes a book, he can prove himself. That's right. How can a person who can write such a literary work be a vile person? I support your statement. Someone followed up with a comment. Just like that, Bao Xingxiuxin lowered his head and wrote on his phone all day until night. Even though he didn't eat, he didn't feel hungry. However, Bao Xing Xiuxin discovered a problem. Currently, on the web of benefits, there were more people criticizing Mr. Yamada, and fewer people supporting Mr. Yamada. This made Bao Xingxiuxin somewhat unable to refute it. It also made him very angry and helpless. He got up from his bed and clenched his fists. Bakayaru, I will definitely not let you people slander Mr. Yamada. Following that, he posted a post on Facebook, Mr. Yamada's book friend. If you love Mr. Yamada's books and have experienced the feeling of being unable to stop, not knowing exhaustion, not even willing to cook or sleep, and only wanting to continue reading. If you have the feeling of wanting to finish reading but are afraid to finish reading, please stand up. After posting this, Bao Xingxiuxin's eyes suddenly turned red. He wiped his tears. Although no one saw, he sat down deeply and shouted, "Please!" The undercurrents were surging and a storm was brewing. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. And on this day, Pei Ziyun's work, The Boat of the Purple Yuan, was officially announced to be nominated for the Ogawa Prize. When this news was released, all the media and the entire country was shocked. Before this, Pei Ziyun's Boat of the Purple Yuan was only nominated. In fact, there was still room for improvement. But now, the Ogawa Prize officials brazenly announced that it had been nominated. In fact, this was a show of support. This news instantly caused a sensation throughout the country. More people walked into the bookstore and bought Yamada Shinji's books with different emotions and stances. They also surrounded and discussed it. Baotian Private High School 2 students were chatting in the corridor. One of them, a delicate and pretty girl, asked her companion, "Shang Zichan, have you read Mr. Yamada's Boat of the Purple Yuan? Mr. Yamada is really amazing. He is able to describe the psychology of women in such a moving and incisive manner. It's really admirable." Murakami Shoko was a good friend of Hayashi. Usually, even if she had any opinions, she would not say it directly. At this moment, she narrowed her eyes and said in a disdainful tone, Hayashi, what does Yamada call a master? There must be an inside story. The book might not have been written by him." Hayashi was shocked. She shouted angrily, "Shoko, how can you say that? You must apologize." "No, I won't apologize. He's a liar." The two good friends started arguing. Not long after, Hayashi cried out, Bad Murakami, if you don't apologize, you are not my friend. If you are not, then you are not. The boat of friendship was overturned. At this moment, in a supermarket not far away, two women were shopping. One of them brought up the hottest topic of the moment and asked her companion, "Hey, have you heard of the fake Yamada Shinji? Oh, are you talking about the liar who was nominated for the Ogawa Prize recently? Yes, people nowadays really don't care about anything for the sake of money. They have lost all the face of authors. They have to have face and integrity. Even if they don't commit seppuku, that would be too painful. They should also kneel down and apologize to all the people on television. That's right. My husband is the editor of a newspaper. He also hates this kind of thing. Too shameless. They should be punished by the heavens." Yamada family Yamada Izumi found a suitable dress. It was a kimono and helped Pei Ziyun put it on. Japan was a country that valued etiquette very much. Traditional kimonos had always been popular. Opposite the sofa in the living room, the television was still on. The important television stations were reporting about the final results of the Ogawa Prize, as well as speculations about Yamada Shinji. What everyone is most concerned about is who Yamada Shinji is. Can he continue to win the grand prize? And will he appear when the Ogawa Prize is awarded? Hearing this, Yamada Izumi's whole body trembled. Her face was a little haggard. It was obvious that she was under a lot of pressure. She was a traditional Japanese. This kind of pressure could make someone commit suicide. Due to the great anxiety, she finally could not hold it in and asked, "Shinji, many people are questioning you now. Are you sure it's okay?" At this point, the doorbell rang. He didn't need to look to know that the 3,000 sons of Sakakami had arrived. Furthermore, there was a fleet of carriages. Pei Ziyun was silent for a moment before he laughed. "Mother, everything is going according to plan. Don't worry." After saying this, Pei Ziyun went out of the house and got into the car. He said, "Let's go." The Sakakami Sanyako was in charge of this matter. At this moment, her face was a little pale. She took over the command of the convoy. The small convoy turned and merged into the road, heading straight. Chapter 742. Tokyo, Mashikan. The Yashikan is a well-known venue in Japan. It has been used to hold various grand ceremonies many times, including the farewell concert of The Last Tier by Japan's top music team, the Madmen, 10 years ago. 20 years ago, the top Japanese singer Koichi Kurisai held his first solo concert in Japan. Haruo Oru also asked the Mashikan to play Haruo Let Me Be at the Mashikan through 50 years of wind and rain together. What made the Mashikan even more famous was the announcement made by the top writer, singer, and composer Masamaki Taozaki in this venue 15 years ago. At that time, Masamaki Taozaki, who was extremely popular throughout Japan, said goodbye to hundreds of thousands of fans and book friends in the Mashikan. In the end, he sang his original song, Don't Miss Me, in a hoarse voice, threw down his white hat and walked away. It was these grand ceremonies that made the Mashikan more famous. That was why the Ogawa Award was held in the Mashikan. There was a crowd inside and outside the Mashikan. On the stage, the final winner of the Ogawa Award was about to be announced, and the guest, Motoji Hachi, was already in place. At the same time, the sound of click, click, click came from below the stage. It was the sound of the reporters taking pictures. Among the reporters on the right corner of the stage, Fukamatsu Mitsuki held the camera tightly in his hand and chose the right angle to take pictures. But if you looked closely, you could see a little oil stain on the cuff of his suit. His red eyes and dark circles showed that he had not been well for the past few days. Fukamatsu Mitsuki's heart was as restless as his appearance. He had received the most severe warning from the minister. He did not know when the minister found out that he was still investigating Yamada Shinji. But this matter made the minister very angry. The minister had already ordered him to stop the investigation, but he had disobeyed the order. As the minister roared, Fukamatsu Mitsuki learned that the minister was also being punished for this matter. He immediately felt that his work was over because he knew what kind of person the minister was. The minister was called Hiroka Matsuyuki. Even though he looked kind, he had used some means to expel a few disobedient reporters. Fukamatsu Mitsuki had seen it with his own eyes. This time, Hiroka Matsuyuki did not even bother to put on a show. He shouted at Fukamatsu Mitsuki in the morning, "Baka, immediately stop all in-depth investigations on Yamada Shinji and destroy all relevant information. This is an order." But Fukamatsu Mitsuki was unwilling to accept this. Now, it wasn't just a matter of gambling debt. The key point was that he had violated the orders of the minister and his superiors. He had even used up his few resources and connections. Now that this matter had leaked out, it was inevitable that he would resign. They were only dealing with the aftermath. Once they were done, they would definitely be kicked out. In Japan, it is very difficult for a fired person to find a job. Especially for those who had been fired for violating orders from their superiors, it was even more difficult for them to find a job. Just this point alone was enough to ruin his entire life. Therefore, Fukamatsu Kuki was furious and prepared to make a big scoop. Therefore, for the past few days, Fukamatsu Kuki had used all kinds of methods to contact many reporters and authors. He was prepared to expose this matter in front of everyone today. "If you want me to die, I'll take you down with me." Just as he was thinking about it, he saw an old man step onto the stage. This was Motoji Yachi, also a top-notch author. He was a typical late bloomer. Before the age of 40, he had published 2 books, The Swamp and the Hunter and Carnival's Feast. Be it the results or writing style, they were very ordinary. After the age of 50, he wrote a masterpiece, No Man's Snow Country. When it was published, it received a lot of good reviews and won the Ogawa Prize that year. He became famous overnight. In the next 5 years, he published 2 more books consecutively, both of which were nominated for the Ogawa Prize. Finally, at the age of 65, he won the Ogawa Prize with Soulmate. Ladies and gentlemen, the final winner of today's Ogawa Prize is Motoji Yachi said in a low and slightly hoarse voice, "Yamada Shinji's, The Boat of Zeuen!" Let us welcome Mr. Yamada on stage with our warmest applause. Motoji Yachi took the lead and clapped. Below the stage, Fukamatsu Kuki felt that it was about time. If there were no surprises, this time, someone else would be collecting the prize on his behalf. Fukamatsu Kuki had already discussed with the authors and reporters that he had contacted. Fukamatsu Kuki would take the lead and step out to protest in front of the live broadcast, creating a big scoop. Although Fukamatsu Kuki would definitely be punished for doing so, he would gain reputation in front of the entire nation. This would be a protective talisman. Fukamatsu, it's time to go all out. The moment he brought the winner on stage, it was time to expose everything and cut off all means of retreat. Fukamatsu Kuki took a deep breath and gripped her camera tightly. She leaned to the side and used her eyes to signal to her companions, Hideki Shinhara, Takaichi Ishiki, and the others. Hideki Shinhara was a reporter who was unwilling to be an ordinary person, and he also desired to become famous. Thus, Fukamatsu Kuki had communicated with him many times in private and successfully tied him to his ship. Takaichi Ishiki was also a straightforward man, and he felt that there were too many shady secrets behind Yamada Shinji's award. Thus, he was determined to cooperate with his senpai and expose everything. "Yamada-kun, Yamada-san!" Names were shouted from the stage. Fukamatsu Kuki and Takaichi Ishiki were waiting. At this moment, the lights came on. A person wearing a black kimono walked out from the stage. Although he looked very formal, everyone could clearly see that he was only a teenager. The previous few times, it was a girl who collected the prize. Is it a teenager now? Once the prize is given to this teenager, we will immediately take action. The few of them looked at each other and were mentally prepared. The person who walked up was Pei Ziyun. Step by step, he walked towards the center of the stage, towards Motoji Hachi. Just as he reached the stage, the crowd below was in an uproar. What's going on? Is he collecting the prize again? Kazuhiko Katamura was also a writer who was good at describing details. He was famous for his book, Between Writing and Writing. At this moment, the slightly plump man was sitting below the stage, looking at Pei Ziyun, who had walked up on stage. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Even though the crowd below the stage was in an uproar, Pei Ziyun didn't feel any discomfort. He only bowed deeply to Motoji Hachi, who returned the bow seriously. He held the microphone and said, "Yamada-san, congratulations." "It can't be, he's Yamada Shinji?" This sentence caused the crowd to fall silent. The famous critic, Nyo Kongi, was wearing a burgundy suit. At this moment, he was touching his balding head with his right hand. His face was full of disbelief as he said, "This isn't a joke, right? Am I seeing things? Yamada Shinji is such a teenager?" Ignoring the silence below, Motoji Hachi picked up Ogawa's prize from the waiter's tray. It was an exquisite pocket watch made of pure gold, with the word Ogawa engraved on it. This pocket watch represented the highest achievement in Japanese literature. At this moment, Motoji Hachi handed it over with both hands. Pei Ziyun took the pocket watch and bowed to Motoji Hachi. He raised his hand high above the pocket watch and gestured to the crowd before bowing again. Then, Pei Ziyun said, "Hello everyone, I'm very happy to meet all of you on this occasion. My name is Yamada Shinji, I'm a writer and a junior high school student." At the same time, the screen behind him showed all of Yamada Shinji's information. The crowd was stunned. Pei Ziyun apologized in a deep voice that still had a hint of childishness to it. "I'm very sorry. I'd like to apologize to all the seniors and citizens watching the television. I should have said this apology the first time I received the Wildwood Prize. However, I had just entered junior high after receiving the Wildwood Prize and the Outline Prize. There were many things that I needed to learn. Also, the Underage Protection Association did not want me to appear in public. Therefore, the first 2 times I received them on my behalf." Motoji Hachi asked curiously, "Oh, that makes sense. Yamada-kun, you're only 13 years old now. Not to mention 18, you're not even 15 yet." The Underage Protection Association stipulates that even if you appear in public, you have to use a pseudonym and have your face censored. The Underage Protection Association's prohibition is very understandable. Then, why are you willing to come out now? I originally wanted to receive the prize myself when I turned 18, but I received the Ogawa Prize because of the judge's love. The Ogawa Prize is the highest award in Japanese literature. As an author, I have to show respect from the bottom of my heart. No matter how many reasons I have, it would be too arrogant to receive the prize. For this reason, I specially applied to the Underage Protection Association and received approval. As he said this, the approval document and the guardian's signature appeared on the screen. In this way, I was able to receive the opportunity to appear in public today. For this, I am very grateful. Pei Ziyun bowed deeply again. So that's how it is. You have your own difficulties. Motoji Hachi asked again in a surprised tone, but it's really unbelievable. You're only in junior high, how can you write such a novel? Pei Ziyun smiled and replied, I know that there are many controversies on the internet, but The Change of the Cattail Gate, Who is the Second Man, and Ghosts Who Walks in the Night are all my works. This time, my new book is The Boat of the Purple Garden. I believe that everyone will be able to share some of my thoughts and feelings in its word. Pei Ziyun said in a sincere tone, then bowed deeply. I'm really sorry for the trouble caused by me concealing my identity in the past. Please forgive me. Motoji Hachi nodded and said, Yes, I've also read The Boat of the Purple Garden. It's an excellent novel, without a doubt, a masterpiece. With these 4 works, no matter how young Yamada-kun is, he will be able to stand in the literary world of Japan and represent the top writers of Japan. To tell the truth, I'm also a writer. But when I read The Boat of the Purple Garden, I felt a sense of awe. Everyone, Yamada-kun is the future hope of our literary world. I personally believe that any doubts about Yamada-kun will be dispelled after reading one novel after another. Lastly, in order not to disturb the life and studies of a minor, I implore everyone to not disturb him. Let our Yamada-kun have a more stable learning environment and produce more outstanding work. Please. Motoji Hachi bowed deeply. Then, someone escorted Pei Ziyun out. At this time, everyone came to their senses. With a loud bang, everyone went crazy and rushed to the stage. The reporters rushed forward with all their might. Only Fukamatsu Mitsuki, who was prepared to make things difficult for Pei Ziyun, had a blank mind. At this moment, she did not know what to do. She could only watch as a group of people escorted Pei Ziyun out of the hall, while the reporters chased after them. It's over. After a while, Fukamatsu Mitsuki regained his composure. If he had made a big splash, and become a reporter who was fired for the sake of justice, he would still have a way out. But now everything was over. No one could say that a minor had to bear public responsibility. No, I can't accept this. There must be a turn for the better. Fukamatsu Mitsuki gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Ignoring the blood that flowed from his nails, he chased after Pei Ziyun. Chapter 743. Outside the museum, a car was waiting for Pei Ziyun. Sakako was originally in the car, but she got out in a blink of an eye. Although she was wearing a kimono and walked with small steps, her movements looked like she was gliding. She opened the door for Pei Ziyun and placed her hand on it to avoid hitting her head. Yamada-ki, this car will be your private car from now on. If you need anything, just let me know. Sakako lowered her head and said. This car was specially arranged for Pei Ziyun by the Makawa Shrine. It was accompanied by a professional driver because Pei Ziyun was now qualified to hold the inheritance ceremony. After leaving the museum, Pei Ziyun did not hesitate and immediately got into the car, avoiding the reporters behind him. If Pei Ziyun did not move quickly, he would be surrounded and temporarily unable to leave. This was because this matter was too sensational. The interior of the car was luxurious, and there was a small fridge. He opened it casually and found that there was no wine, only soft drink. The driver drove steadily, looking at the road ahead as he drove towards the Makawa Shrine. Behind him, there was a car following. Sakako looked at it and smiled. Yamada-ki, it's too early for you to drink. The same goes for cigars. However, if you inherit the yuanfu, we can supply it for you internally. According to the ancient customs, even if one was only 13 years old, as long as he took the yuanfu, he would be considered an adult. Pei Ziyun smiled. I'll drink some wine, but I won't smoke. Tokyo was bustling with activity, with tall buildings everywhere. There was an endless stream of cars on the road. Pei Ziyun switched on the small television in the car, and the television started playing the news. The most shocking news in history. The only Grand Slam winner in the history of Japanese literature, Yamada Shinichi, is actually a junior high student. On the television, a group of reporters gave up on chasing the minor. If something happened, it would be big trouble, and turned around to chase the judges of the Ogawa Prize and other participating authors. Mr. Yazu, you are also the winner of the Ogawa Prize. Do you really think that Yamada Shinichi's work is worthy of the Ogawa Prize? There is no inside story. The people have the right to know the truth. Please. Someone said to the author, "Mr. Katamura, Mr. Nakamura, you are both famous authors. What do you think of Yamada Shinichi winning the prize? Is it appropriate to win a prize at 13 years old?" Originally, Japan was very respectful towards writers. But at this time, the reporters had already gone crazy. They all rushed forward, wanting to get a big scoop. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the news about Yamada Shinichi being broadcasted live on the television station. He changed the channel, but after a few turns, he realized that all the channels were broadcasting the same shocking news. Sakako Sanako listened to the news from the TV in the car and said, "You're really amazing. I'm afraid he's going to become a legend in country R." Pei Ziyun felt a headache coming on. He switched off the small television and started searching on his phone. Unsurprisingly, the news of Ogawa Shang and Yamada Shinji had become the top search on the hot search list. The headlines of various sections were this shocking news, and the internet was abuzz with discussions. In the live broadcast room, a middle-aged man with hair wax, a slightly tanned face, and spirited eyes was holding a microphone in his hand. Behind him was a screen that displayed the information of all of Yamada Shinichi's works. He was Aoki Masahata, a streamer related to movies and novels. He followed and commented on the latest novels and hottest movies in a timely manner, gathering a large number of fans and popularity. Aoki Masahata's live broadcast account now had 200,000 fans, which could bring him more than 1,000,000 yen every month. At this moment, Aoki Masahata was interacting with his fans and discussing Yamada Shinji. A fan called, "The Rise of the Military Bureau," asked Aoki Masahata, "Aoki-san, do you think what Yamada Shinji said is true?" Aoki Masahata was now in his 30s and quickly replied, "If there's no accident, this news must be true. This was announced on such a grand occasion like Ogawa Shang. It's unbelievable that there could be a mistake. He's treating the people too lightly." "So, everything that Mr. Yamada said should be true." "Nobuhiro is reasonable," also asked, "Aoki-san, how did he do it? I can't believe that he could write such outstanding works in junior high. This world is too scary." "I have the same feeling. When I was in junior high, I was just a child asking for pocket money from my mother. I couldn't even write a complete love letter." Aoki Masahata replied in a surprised tone, "I'm afraid that Mr. Yamada is a legendary genius." Not only Aoki Masahata, but many others also expressed their support. The Japanese were very obedient to the authorities and elites, so the public opinion was generally reversed. Of course, Japan was not a mechanical society, and it was not like it was 20 years ago. Even with the support of many elites and authorities, many people still lost their minds from the shock of this news. They were crazily cursing that there must be a conspiracy. At this time, the top post on the Wenshu forum was, "The shocking scam in Japanese history, Yamada Shinji's award history." The Wenshu forum was a literary forum. This post first introduced Yamada Shinji's life and background, saying that Yamada Shinji was only a junior high student and came from an ordinary middle-class family. However, Yamada Shinji published Who is the Second Man and won the Araki Award for this book. He was only 12 years old at that time, and then Nocturnal Ghost won the Ogawa Award for his latest book. The Boat of Zuen won the Ogawa Award. In such a short time, at such a young age, he had won such an award. There must be a conspiracy. This was a shocking scam. And behind this post, many supporters left comment. "Yamada Shinji, you big liar. Get lost, don't slander literature." Sakako saw this as well. She was silent for a while before consoling him. "Yamada Shinji, please don't take these people to heart. They just find it hard to accept." Pei Ziyun wasn't a true Japanese, and didn't have the illness of caring about the opinions of others. He only thought to himself, even if we continue to cultivate order, there are still many people who are unable to submit. No wonder, this means that many people's efforts are worthless. He then yawned and switched off his phone, quietly waiting for his arrival at the Jinchuan Shrine. The Jinchuan Shrine was built with a large amount of sandalwood, giving off a fragrant aroma. The beams and pillars were fastened together without any nails, giving off a natural beauty. The roof was made from the top of a mountain, giving off a dignified and classical feel. When Pei Ziyun reached the shrine, he stepped into it. The green eaves, the island in front of the shrine, the stone lanterns, the sailor's cabin, and the pine and cypress trees stood side by side, giving off a deep and serene feeling. He couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the Jinchuan Shrine. At this point, Pei Ziyun had already changed into a traditional samurai attire. This was prepared by Sakako, and he changed into it while he was in the car. When Pei Ziyun arrived at the Jinchuan Shrine, he saw someone welcoming him. "These are the people from the Hall of Gods, as well as your retainers." The leader of the group was Kawatake Koho from the Hall of Gods. He was dressed in a dignified and elegant robe, and his expression was solemn. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had arrived, he bowed and led Pei Ziyun inside. About 500 meters away, a car stopped. Most of the reporters did not chase after the miner, but Fukamatsu Mitsuki had nowhere else to go, and had followed them. He was a little disheveled, and his neat suit was a little messy. This was because he had spent a lot of energy to squeeze through the crowd. Moreover, in the process of rushing out of the crowd, he had almost slipped and slid to the corner of the wall, cutting his hand. But seeing this scene, Fukamatsu Mitsuki felt that it was all worth it. Fukamatsu Mitsuki clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "I was right. There's something fishy going on." Fukamatsu Mitsuki thought to himself as he picked up the camera and filmed the scene. He had already thought of the title, Ogawa Prize winner, 13 years old, met with a respectful welcome at the shrine. This would definitely ignite public opinion. Fukamatsu Mitsuki's face was filled with excitement as he walked towards the Jinchuan Shrine. The Jinchuan Shrine was huge. As Fukamatsu Mitsuki entered, he realized that most of the people were busy welcoming Yamada Shinji, and no one noticed him. He could not help but sigh in relief. God must be supporting me. Japanese society was a typical East Asian civilization. They were not fanatical about religion, but they still respected the gods. 1/3 of them were believers. Although Fukamatsu Mitsuki was not a religious person, he naturally had such thought. In fact, he knew that this was normal. In times of peace, and it was a public place, who would be so heavily guarded? Fukamatsu Mitsuki followed Pei Ziyun. It seemed like today was his lucky day, as he had not been discovered along the way. Gradually, Fukamatsu Mitsuki reached the depths of the Jinchuan Shrine. In the depths of the Jinchuan Shrine, a simple yet solemn ceremony was being held, the Gendo ceremony. Kawatake Takashi personally placed the black hat on Pei Ziyun's head and said, "On this auspicious day, the Gendo ceremony shall be added. Abandon your youthful ambitions, and follow the course of events. Live a long life, and you will be blessed." Pei Ziyun was now wearing a boat-shaped black hat, a white robe, a button on his chest, made of leather, a small opening made of leather, a small opening made of leather, a robe, a waistplate, and a fan. This was the Gendo ceremony. Kawatake Takashi retreated and bowed to someone. This person returned the bow. This person was wearing a black hat, a white robe, a hunting robe, a button on his sleeves, a finger plate, a robe, and a robe. This indicated that he had more than 10,000 stones during the shogunate's era. This is Nagai Nuanji, the representative of the shogunate. Nagai Nuanji picked up a wooden torch and lit a bonfire. He then walked up to the stage and announced, "Now, let's welcome the successor of the Jinchuan Shrine, Yamada Shinji." At the Jinchuan Shrine's inheritance ceremony, Kawatake Takashi from the Hall of Gods was present. This was because of the Hall of Gods rules. All along, the Hall of Gods and the shrines had very clear rules. No matter which shrine, once the inheritance ceremony was held, it had to be witnessed by someone from the Hall of Gods. Only then would the ceremony be officially recognized. Especially after the Hall of Gods was infiltrated by the Japanese government, this rule was strictly followed. As for the representative of the shogunate, this was because the Jinchuan shrine had 600 stones of knowledge. In name, they were the official representative of the shogunate. Pei Ziyun walked up the stage expressionlessly. At this point, a group of witches from the Jinchuan shrine appeared. Each of them held a book in their hands and surrounded Pei Ziyun, chanting incessantly. At the same time, a strange music was played as they danced a strange dance. After some time, when the witches had finished their strange dance, they all breathed out gently towards Pei Ziyun's forehead and chest. Pei Ziyun stood in the middle expressionlessly, as if he wasn't uncomfortable with this strange scene. This was because he knew from the Sakakami Sansetsu that in this ceremony, this breath represented a blessing. As for the group of retainers, they will only formally greet them when they come out from the secret chamber. Just as he was thinking about this, the sun disappeared and it was night time. Kawatake Takashi stood up and said, "Night ritual done." The night ritual was a special ceremony of the Jinchuan shrine. It started at night and lasted until dawn the next day. In other words, once he came out from the secret chamber, he would be the rightful ruler. Pei Ziyun laughed and stepped into the main hall of the deities. At this point, the main hall was empty, and the door to the secret chamber was wide open. Pei Ziyun walked into the secret chamber and closed the door behind him. In the darkness, there seemed to be a heavy pressure as well as a dense fog. Chapter 744. The Makawa shrine was quiet and secluded, with the torii far away. The torii had 2 pillars made of wood and painted red. It was built and maintained by believers or businesses. It was said that the torii of the Inari shrine stretched for miles. This place was relatively simple, with only a few torii. Walking along the path, there was no one else. The trees were silent, and the evening sun shone through the leaves. Fukamatsu Mitsuki quietly walked over and hid behind the trees, looking at the shrine. There was a group of people gathered in front of the shrine, holding a ceremony. Fukamatsu Mitsuki secretly took a few pictures. Kawatake Koho Nagain Woji? Fukamatsu Mitsuki listened to the introductions and did a quick search. Her expression changed. They are indeed important people. Following which, she watched as Pei Ziyun entered the shrine. As soon as he entered, the door to the shrine was closed. There were many people outside, and Fukamatsu Mitsuki could not get close. I have to get as much information as I can about Yamada Shinji. This was her only chance to get the inside scoop on Yamada Shinji. As long as she could create shocking news in this operation, she would be able to gain more fame and benefit. When that happens, gambling debts and being a minister would all be thrown aside. Thinking of this, Fukamatsu Mitsuki's face was filled with excitement. She felt her body heating up. Looking at the tightly shut door, she felt an itch in her heart. She stuck her head out from behind the trees, looking around to see if there were any shortcuts to enter the shrine. Damn it, there are people guarding the door. After waiting for an hour, everyone else had left. It was already late at night, but she realized that there were a few people standing there, not moving an inch. Realizing that this was not a viable option, she could only give up on the idea. At this point, Fukamatsu Mitsuki realized that someone was walking past her. She wanted to see what this person was up to, so she quietly followed him. Not far from the main hall, Qinsheng, a man, and his son, Qinsheng Wenshu, arrived at a room. His skin was dark, and he was skinny. He was not tall, only 1.65 meters, but his eyes were sharp and spirited. He was dressed in dark clothing and wore a pointed hat. He opened a cabinet, and with a kacha sound, a passageway appeared. As they walked, Qinsheng Yi instructed his son, Qinsheng Wenshu, in a low voice. His voice was hoarse and sharp. Listen up, Wenshu. What I'm going to say next is very important. You must listen carefully and not miss a single word. From this quiet room, you can reach the inside of the main hall and even the periphery of the shrine. Now that the Imperial Army has arrived, they can kill Yamada Shinichi. When the Imperial Army kills Yamada Shinichi, you will be recognized by the Managawa Shrine. Then, you can rightfully inherit the Managawa Shrine and be loyal to the Emperor. Also, you must remember to use Meiji as your signal when you meet the Imperial Army. Qinsheng Yidao patted Qinsheng Wenshu's shoulder and emphasized. But, I have checked the names of the past generations, and there is no Meiji as the name. What's going on? Satoshi Onshu asked with some surprise. Satoru Fumi had inquired about the era names of all the generations in Country R. His memory was very clear. Naturally, it was very strange to hear a era name that he had never heard of. You don't need to worry about that. All you need to know is that even Tientsin deity recognizes this era name. Qinsheng Yidao said in a commanding tone. Satoshi Onshu was Qinsheng Yidao's only son. His eyes were long and narrow, his nose was sharp and pointed, and he had a light beard. Overall, he looked like a little fresh meat, and was recognized as the most charismatic warrior in the Managawa Shrine. He had wanted to participate in the fight for the position of successor, but was stopped by Qinsheng Yidao. Following that, Ishiki Fairy was possessed by an evil spirit and died. With this as an example, Satoshi Onshu lowered his head and listened respectfully. At this point, a thick fog filled the air, and everything around him turned gray. He could not see clearly. Behind him, Fukamatsu Mitsuki frowned. What's going on? Why is there fog in the secret passage? Fukamatsu Mitsuki turned her head and looked around. After hesitating for some time, she gritted her teeth and walked up the stairs. Before long, she disappeared into the fog. The fog gradually dissipated, and Pei Zi-yun gripped his wooden blade tightly as he looked around. However, when the fog dissipated, he discovered that he was in a forest. Pei Zi-yun realized that something was wrong. He looked around and realized that he was at the bottom of a mountain range. When he looked up, he could see the snowy peaks that pierced the sky. When he looked down, he could see weeds, scattered human bones, and tattered torsos. An Ashigaru who died in battle? Torsos were low-level warriors' armor. They were made of bamboo and leather, and a few of them had metal plates. Not far away there was a broken and rusty blade. Seeing this, Pei Zi-yun frowned and looked into the distance. He could see smoke and fire in the distance. Without a doubt there were people there. It was highly likely that it was a village. Pei Zi-yun gripped his wooden blade and walked forward. At first, it was smooth sailing. He could see farmlands and other man-made objects. However, the closer he got, the quieter it became. When he reached the front of the village, he did not see a single person. It's too quiet. Pei Zi-yun walked into the village and realized that the streets were empty. Occasionally, there would be a thick layer of dust on the stone slabs. It was obvious that there was no one there. Pei Zi-yun did not hesitate. He pushed open the door to the nearest house and entered it to investigate. The house was empty. There was only a dilapidated wooden bed. On the wall, there was an iron scythe that was riddled with holes. The style is a little old. Pei Zi-yun continued to look around the house. After a careful inspection, he realized that this place seemed to be the era of cold weapons in Japan. This was because in the corner of the house, he found a Japanese blade that had not been completely corroded. This Japanese blade was slightly different from the modern ones. Although the Japanese blade could also be a collector's item, the house, the furniture, and the bed are all clearly from 100 years ago. Pei Zi-yun looked around again, but did not find anything valuable. He then walked out of the house. Something's not right. After walking a few steps, Pei Yun's eyes swept across the room. He stared at a spot on the wall not far away and touched it. It's a bullet mark. Pei Yun walked a few more steps and took out an old and crude bullet. This was a simple bullet that could be found in a primitive rifle. Pei Yun walked a few more steps and turned a corner. He saw a few blades, a rifle, and a flag that was full of holes. However, there were no corpses. Seeing this, Pei Yun frowned. Although it looks old, the smell is very fresh. Pei Yun's body suddenly leaped up and he moved like he was flying towards a mountain in the distance. Along the way, he saw a huge rock, but he leaped over it. It's a corridor. Why is this secret passage so long? Fukamatsu Mitsuki was confused. Her surroundings were dark, and she could only hear the sound of her own breathing. She looked around in disbelief, feeling that she was in a bad situation. However, after walking for a while, she finally saw a ray of light in the distance. It quickly expanded, and she realized that it was a corridor. Fukamatsu Mitsuki heaved a sigh of relief and rushed up. As she rushed up, her eyes lit up. At the end of the stairs was a fake mountain, following which she saw a corridor. From afar, she could see that it was similar to the main hall. However, it looked huge, at least 3 times larger than normal. There's no one here. Fukamatsu Mitsuki didn't dare to walk around recklessly. She didn't know where she was. If she was discovered, she would be in deep trouble. Fukamatsu Mitsuki had just taken a few steps when she suddenly felt nervous. There was a sound coming from afar. This was the first time she had heard such a sound. Without hesitation, she tilted her head to take a peek. With one look, she saw a young man in the distance. The sound came from his landing on the ground. It was Pei Yun. I found him. Yamada Shunichi is here. But where is this place? Could it be the back of the mountain? Does the Makawa shrine have such a huge space? Before Fukamatsu Mitsuki could figure it out, she heard a loud boom. All of a sudden, a large number of soldiers appeared and surrounded the place. What is this? At first, Fukamatsu Mitsuki thought that it was the police. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. The soldiers in front of her were wearing green shirts and dark blue uniforms. The officers had dark blue collars and single row of brass buttons. There were golden embroidery on the sleeves. I've never seen such uniforms before. Also, the weapons they are holding seem very old. Pei Yun turned around to face the army. At first glance, he could tell that this was the Tabaku army. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that something was amiss. No, this is the Meiji army. The Tabaku army in this world isn't that formal. But in this world, there was no such thing as the Meiji era. At the end of the shogunate era, a class of merchants appeared in Japan. The lower class of samurai revolted against the shogunate. They formed an alliance with the imperial family and the southwest vassal states, who had conflicts with the shogunate. In the end, they failed. The movement to respect the emperor and expel the barbarians failed. Many knowledgeable people realized that if they wanted to change the situation in Japan, they had to overthrow the shogunate. Therefore, the movement to respect the emperor and expel the barbarians evolved into the movement to overthrow the shogunate. The struggle gradually became white-hot. But in this world, such a thing had never happened in Japan. The Meiji Restoration did not exist, and there was no formal army either. All sorts of clothes and weapons were what the Tabaku army should be like. Aim ready. Just as Pei Yun was thinking this, he heard an order. The front row knelt down and aimed, the back row stood and aimed, and the last row stood ready. Hundreds of black guns were pointed at Pei Yun. At this point, a man who looked like a colonel stood out. He wasn't tall, but his expression was calm and resolute. He shouted, "Yamada Shinji, you are an outstanding samurai. But so what if you're a samurai? Under these circumstances, only death awaits you. But since you're still young, I'll give you a chance. Swear loyalty to the Emperor of Japan and join my army. Set history right. Chapter 745. The soldiers raised their guns and pointed them at Pei Ziyun. They didn't say a word, but the atmosphere was oppressive and filled with killing intent. Pei Ziyun immediately understood that the soldiers in front of him were elite. There were always people in the world who thought that their enemies were all idiots because they themselves were idiot. If they didn't fantasize that their enemies were idiots, how could they be comforted? However, Pei Ziyun knew that everyone's success had their own factors. This was especially true for a country. There were many righteous people who had been tempered and tempered. It was just that their positions were different. Pei Ziyun looked at the muzzles of the guns and smiled faintly. Elites indeed. I've heard that a soldier's soul can be found even in death. I've finally seen it for myself. Pei Ziyun shook his head. If I were an ordinary warrior, I would have no choice but to die or kneel. But I'm not. Pei Ziyun laughed. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him and grew bigger, turning into an information interface. Mission. Legendary key. The tide of spiritual energy has been revived, but ordinary people can't open the door. Please become a legendary as soon as possible. March 3rd. Of the 3 rewards, 3 legends had been collected. It was a pity. If Pei Ziyun had more time to complete his goal of touring the entire country, it would have been even better. He would have exceeded his goal. However, in the current situation, it was enough. It was just a little bit. With a boom, a dot of red light flashed out from his body. This dot of red light didn't seem to be much, but it was frightening. It gave off a very special feeling, powerful, terrifying, solemn, and even coldness, as if it was a violent rage that subverted nature. As soon as the red light appeared, the colonel was taken aback. He took a step back. That's impossible. Who are you? This is the power of a god. Are you the shogunate's Heisen god? Just as he shouted, the colonel reacted and ordered his soldiers, fire! Bang bang bang! The soldiers immediately pulled the trigger, and bullets rained down on the colonel. Behind the walls of the shrine, Fukamatsu Mitsuki was stunned. She had been shocked and terrified by the sudden appearance of the soldiers. In the end, Fukamatsu Mitsuki was just an ordinary person, a very ordinary reporter. Even though she had witnessed some bloody scenes, she had only watched them from afar under the supervision of the police. Faced with the sudden appearance of the soldiers and the colonel, Fukamatsu Kuki had no idea what was going on. Faced with the terrifying murderous aura emanating from the soldiers, she was so nervous that she dropped her precious camera on the ground and forgot to pick it up. What made Fukamatsu Mitsuki even more incredulous was that Yamada Shinji did not show the slightest bit of fear despite the numerous muzzles pointed at him. Then, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Following the colonel's order, the soldiers executed it without hesitation. Bang bang bang! Bullets were fired in unison, hitting a person's body, but there were only sparks. When all the bullets landed, a person wearing the current era's outfit appeared. The Shinto is a type of Japanese armor. It is made up of a variety of parts, such as Shinto, Kusanagi, Peijin, Tachibana, Shinto, Shinto, Shinto Shinto, Shinto, Shinto Shinto, Shinto, Shinto Shinto, Shinto, Shinto Shinto, and Shinto Shinto. Pei Ziyun felt the current era's outfit on his body. The most direct feeling was that his strength had increased, and his speed had become faster. These were just the direct effects. The real effect was that the divine power that had been locked in his body had found a small channel to flow out. Facing the incoming rain of bullets, he was still fearless in the current era's outfit. Shoot again! The colonel roared. He knew that even a god would consume spiritual power. Taking a beating was not his style. Pei Ziyun leaned to the side and leaped forward. He nimbly dodged the incoming bullet. Even though there were too many bullets for Pei Ziyun to dodge, He stopped dodging and allowed the bullets to land on the current era's outfit. Ding 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 sounds were heard. The current era's outfit was slightly dented, dimmed slightly, and recovered quickly. At this time, Pei Ziyun had already rushed into the midst of the soldiers. Kill! At the same time, more than 10 soldiers roared and stabbed forward with their guns. This was the standard bayonet technique. Many people did not understand the tradition of the Japanese bayonet technique. In fact, it was very simple. Not to mention World War I, even in World War II, most East Asian armies did not use automatic rifles. The method of pulling the trigger after firing one shot meant that there would be no chance of a second shot once they were face to face. This was the time for the bayonet technique. Now that more than 10 people were stabbing at him, even a true warrior would have to retreat. But Pei Ziyun's figure changed like a leopard. He not only dodged 2 bullets, but he also rushed forward. After a few meters, he collided head-on with the soldiers and entered a gap. With a flash of the knife, the soldiers on the other side only grazed a little. With a boom, they turned into torches. After being unsealed, even if it was just a little graze, the souls of the soldiers, regardless of their country or race, were immediately turned into fuel. If willpower was useful, what was the use of divine power? There was no need to kill deeply. As long as it grazed a little, it was undoubtedly much easier. In just a moment, more than 10 people screamed and burned. All of them slowed down for a moment, and the entire battlefield fell silent. Pei Ziyun did not care about the shock of the soldiers. He moved forward a few feet and waved his wooden knife. With a flash of light, 3 soldiers in a row were cut in half. But these soldiers were not afraid of death. When the 2 soldiers on the left and right saw this, they roared and rushed forward, hugging Pei Ziyun's leg. The colonel was a veteran and shouted, "Open fire!" Bang bang bang! Bullets rained down like a storm. In an instant, even the soldiers were no exception. Pei Ziyun took a deep breath and became one with his knife. Boom! He brought 2 soldiers with him, and the hands of the 2 soldiers immediately burst into flames and turned into ashes in midair. Even so, there were still more than 10 bullets that hit Pei Ziyun's vital point. They immediately dented a little and rebounded. Wind and thunder cut. A crescent appeared from the wooden knife and instantly passed through the air. With the sound of ripping cloth, the neatly lined infantry soldiers were cut in half. Thick black blood sprayed out. But just as the soldiers screamed, only half of their bodies were left. With a loud bang, they turned into flames. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the remaining force did not slow down. It pierced through 3 rows of soldiers and flew for several feet before disappearing. This attack killed more than 30 people in one go. The entire formation was instantly torn apart. The colonel saw this scene and could not help but change his expression. If Pei Ziyun continued to kill like this, even 1,000 soldiers would not be enough. His face darkened. Fukamatsu Kuki was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. He did not expect Yamada Shinichi to be such a terrifying person. No, Fukamatsu Kuki did not even know if he should call Yamada Shinichi a human. Because no one could survive a rain of bullets, and no one could kill an entire platoon in one strike. When Fukamatsu Mitsuki saw over 30 soldiers being sliced in half, she could not help but vomit at the sight of such a brutal scene. However, Fukamatsu and Hiko realized that because they were busy following Yamada Shinichi, they did not eat. Even if they wanted to vomit, they could not. Fukamatsu Kuki took the opportunity to kneel on the ground and mumbled, "Don't see me." But then he realized that there were 2 people sneaking up on him. These 2 people were Koichi Kodosher and Koichi Osamu. They were both holding weapons in their hand. Koichi Osamu looked at Pei Ziyun, who was killing everyone, and was terrified. He asked Koichi Kodosher, "Father, what should we do in this situation?" Koichi Kodosher squinted his eyes and looked at Pei Ziyun's armor. There was no family emblem on it, and he thought for a moment. Samurai armors all had a distinctive feature, which was the family emblem. This represented the glory of a family. But Kodosher did not see any family emblem on Pei Ziyun's armor. He could only make a guess and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the armor of the spring bird goddess. However, our weapons are not made of ordinary iron. They have been blessed by the Tianjin deity. While we are still members of the Jinchuan shrine, they use the excuse of helping us to get close and kill this person. As long as he breaks the skin, the Tianjin deity's power will be enough to kill him." Seeing his son hesitating, Kodosher said, "Osamu, we will not be able to turn back now. Kill." The amount of god power that he had managed to break through wasn't huge, and the wind and thunder slash had consumed more than half of his god power. However, Pei Ziyun did not hesitate as he charged into the battle formation. With a flash of his blade, a series of pu sounds could be heard, following which a row of people fell to the ground like straws and started to burn. Pei Ziyun continued to charge towards the colonel. The colonel's face was dark. Of course, he knew of the power of a god. However, when faced with it, it was still too terrifying. Invulnerable and invincible. However, after careful observation, the colonel gradually calmed down. Bullets and bayonets are not completely ineffective. It's just that they can't break through in one go. There's a limit to the power of a god. The colonel had seen some gods before. He knew that the Tianjin deity was not invincible. Furthermore, he was an unruly god. He pulled out his blade and shouted, "The rise or fall of the empire will be decided by this battle. Gentlemen, it's time for you to show your loyalty to the empire." This was an order to fight to the death. These soldiers were the souls of soldiers who had been through the baptism of war. They hesitated for a moment before shouting and charging forward. What a joke! Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. The previous attack had used up a lot of his energy. However, every time he killed a person, a small amount of his energy would appear and split into four. One of them dissipated directly, as if returning to the current world, while the other directly entered his body. The other two were a little strange. They did not dissipate, nor did they enter his body. Instead, they penetrated the void, as if returning to a faraway and unfathomable place. Could it be that they're going to Greece and Isu? Pei Ziyun guessed to himself. Wherever the blade flashed, another 10 men were killed. He was about 10 steps closer to the Grand Secretary when he heard a shout behind him. "Yamada-kun, the shrine knows that something has gone wrong and has asked us to come and help you." Pei Ziyun turned around and saw 2 men rushing towards him. They had seen him when he was welcoming his henchmen. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.